Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy meeting. Today is April 18th. The time is 8:30, and I will reconvene the meeting. Dr. Gandhi, if you want to go ahead and take roll call to establish a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Braswell,
Here.
Mr. Thorwald,
Here.
Ms. Snare,
Here.
Ms. Davis,
Present.
Ms. Walmsley,
Present.
Ms. Lahan,
Present.
Mr. Dang,
Present.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Here.
and Mr. Anderson.
Here.
Madam Chair, we're all elbow to elbow with our new board member.
I know, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, where did all the room go? I don't know about this. Feel a little close. Just one quick reminder for housekeeping. If you want CE, please make sure that you sign in the back. There will be CE for this morning session and for this afternoon session. And then I guess point of privilege, before we move into the full agenda, we do have our new public member present today. Welcome, Les. If you want to take a minute to introduce yourself, I'm really glad to have you here and excited to have a full board again.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Hi, everyone. My name is Les Braswell. I am the owner and operator of a group called Mission Media LLC. It's a public relations consulting firm, and I'm pleased to be here and joining the board to serve the people of Arizona. Thank you.
Again, welcome. I think we're going to move to item 27. We did have a special request in terms of timing for the meeting. So I'm not sure if Mr. Rain is online. Yep, I see you. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, Michael Rain with Boson and Snow on behalf of Mr. Jada.
Welcome, Mr. Rain. I believe we have a signed consent if you would like to address the board with what you have here.
And I will need to recuse.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, not much to add. We met with the board in the previous meeting and discussed the terms of a potential surrender consent agreement. And we believe that this agreement that we have that Mr. Jada has signed is consistent with the board's desires and executed and ready for your approval. So we're here if you have any questions.
Board members, any discussion or questions for Mr. Rain or for council? If not, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the consent agreement.
Madam President, if I may,
Yes.
for the record, Diane DeDee, Assistant Attorney General, serving as the board's independent legal advisor on this matter. I would just ask if the state would like to make a comment as well.
Okay.
Before you make a motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Galvin, Mr. Hargraves, would you like to make any
It is.
remarks?
Good morning, Seth Hargraves, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state. I think Mr. Rain addressed it at the last meeting. The board, Mr. Rain asked the opportunity to try to come to an agreement on a consent for surrender. What you have before you is the results of those discussions, and the state would just ask that you accept that to resolve this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves.
Madam Chair, Member Thorwald, second the motion.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi, if you could do roll call.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lahan, Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
and Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Thank you, Mr. Rain, for being present.
Thank you. Have a great day.
I guess one other thing, Dr. Gandhi, I don't think we took conflicts of interest from Ms. Lahan since she was not present yesterday. I don't know if we want to go ahead and put that on the record as well.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Ms. Lahan.
Mine have been submitted for the record. Today they will be 25E and F and 26A and B. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move back to tab 26. This is the date, time, and place where matters involving Vanessa Davis wrong one. Jumped ahead. This is the date, time, and place involving Christine Elizabeth MacArthur, board case number 23-0661 is scheduled to be heard by the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. This is a formal administrative hearing to determine if there have been violations of the board statutes and rules and whether disciplinary action is warranted. Board members present today include Lori Walmsley, Jeff Anderson, Kristen Snare, Kevin Dang, Frank Thorwald, Tennille Davis, Tariq Al-Nassif, and Les Braswell. Let the record reflect that the board members have been furnished copies of the complaint and notice of hearing and all pleadings of records. Will the parties introduce themselves, starting with the state?
Jean Galvin, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Seth Hargraves, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Is Ms. MacArthur present? Staff, if you can confirm, she's not online.
She is not, Madam Chair.
Before we move forward, do the parties have any preliminary measures that they would like to address with the board?
Just briefly, Madam Chairman and members of the board, Ms. MacArthur is a technician trainee, has been licensed as such since June of 2021. In October of 2023, DPS notified your staff that she was charged with 2 counts of misdemeanor theft by the Surprise Police Department. A few days after that, there were additional charges of theft with the intent to deprive an individual of their property. It was also added under 32-3208. Ms. MacArthur had an obligation to notify the board of those charges, which she did not do. The board sent her a notice of complaint and requested a written response from her to those charges and to the allegations, and she did not respond. In February, on the 16th of 2024, the board issued a complaint and notice of hearing to Ms. MacArthur. After that was issued, she contacted me and just declared to me that she wished to enter into a consent agreement for the surrender of her license. You have that consent agreement before you. I would ask you to accept the consent agreement for the voluntary surrender of her license and vacate the formal hearing that is set for today.
Thank you, Ms. Galvin. Having heard the terms of the consent agreement, does any board member have any questions, or would anyone like to discuss further? Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, Member Thorwald, I move that we accept and vacate the complaint, vacate it.
Second that. Is that enough language?
If I could just clarify, the motion is to accept the signed consent agreement and to vacate the formal hearing set for today.
Correct. That's
Great.
what I'm trying to say.
That's okay. Takes a village.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan's recused, Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
and Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. This concludes this matter. A fully executed copy of the consent agreement will be sent to the parties. Item 26B, Vanessa Davis, board case number 23-0601. This is the date, time, and place where matter involving Vanessa Davis, board case number 23-0601 is scheduled to be heard by the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. This is a formal administrative hearing to determine if there have been violations of the board's statutes and rules and whether disciplinary action is warranted. Board members present today include Lori Walmsley, Jeff Anderson, Kristen Snare, Kevin Dang, Frank Thorwald, Tennille Davis, Tariq Al-Nassif, and Les Braswell. Let the record reflect that the board members have been furnished copies of the complaint and notice of hearing and all pleadings of records. Will the parties introduce themselves, starting with the state?
Seth Hargraves, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Jean Galvin, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Is Ms. Davis present?
Do not believe so.
Dr. Gandhi, can staff confirm if she's present online?
She is not online, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Before we move forward, do the parties have any preliminary matters that they would wish to address with the board?
Yes, thank you. This case arose after the board was notified by the Arizona Department of Public Safety of charges against Miss Davis. She failed to notify the board of those charges within 10 days as required by statute. A complaint was opened. She was requested to respond, provide documentation regarding her charges. She failed to do so. This board voted the matter to hearing after the complaint notice of hearing was served. Ms. Davis did contact staff, indicated that she had moved out of Arizona, the charges were dismissed, and she wanted to surrender her license. Before you is a signed consent agreement by Ms. Davis for the voluntary surrender of her technician trainee license. State would ask that the board accept the signed consent to resolve this matter and vacate today's hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Having heard the terms of the consent agreement, does any board member have any questions for council, or would you like to discuss further? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the consent agreement and vacate the hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan's recused, Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Aye.
and Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. This concludes the matter. An executed copy of the consent agreement will be sent to the parties. Item 26C, Mary Lana Michelle Wolf, board case number 23-06994. This is the date, time, and place where matter dealing with Mary Lana Michelle Wolf, board case number 23-0694 is scheduled to be heard by the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. This is a formal administrative hearing to determine if there have been violations of the board statutes and rules and whether disciplinary action is warranted. Board members present today include Jeff Anderson, Kristen Snare, Kevin Dang, Cedar Lehan, Frank Thorwald, Tennille Davis, Tariq Al-Nassif, Les Braswell, and Lori Walmsley. Let the records reflect that the board members have been furnished copies of the complaint and notice of hearing and all pleadings of records. Will the parties please introduce yourself, starting with the state?
Seth Hargraves, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Is Ms. Wolf present?
She is not, Madam Chair,
Not online either.
not online.
A hearing of this nature differs from a court proceeding. The technical rules of evidence do not apply. Reliable hearsay is evidence is admissible. The board will entertain objections to considering irrelevant, repetitious, or otherwise inadmissible evidence. Each party will be allowed to present evidence, cross-examine the witnesses, and make a closing argument. In a disciplinary proceeding, the state bears the burden of proof ensures the burden of proof and shall present its case first. Mr. Hargraves, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you. This case involves the noncompliance with a board order. Evidence and testimony will show that in July of 2023, the board issued a non-disciplinary order for a $250 civil penalty to Ms. Wolf to resolve case 23-0302. The order required payment of that civil penalty within 90 days. In August of 2023, Ms. Wolf responded to the order inquiring about the possibility of entering into a payment plan. She was advised that that was not possible. She responded again in October, asked for and was given an extension of time to pay the penalty until December 1st of 2023. Thereafter, she failed to pay the civil penalty by that point, and a new complaint was opened. I believe it was last meeting in February, the board voted this matter to hearing, and we're here today. In response to the complaint notice of hearing, Ms. Wolf responded, if I don't show up, the only thing they can do is revoke my license, because that's fine with me. So we do not expect Ms. Wolf to be here. And again, the evidence and testimony will demonstrate her failure to comply with the board order.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Do you have any witnesses that you'd like to call?
Yes, Ms. Kianavong?
Ms. Kianavong, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
Ms. Kianavong, could you please state your current occupation?
Deputy Director at the Arizona Board of Pharmacy.
And as Deputy Director, are you familiar with technician trainee Marlena Wolf?
Yes,
And how are you familiar with her?
she is a licensee of this board.
Okay, if you can take a look at what's been marked as States Exhibit 1, specifically on Bates page 27, Bates page 2, which would be Board Book page 2765. To identify this document,
This is a primary source of verification document.
and what does this indicate?
It indicates that Ms. Wolf is a technician trainee with an open license.
And when was that license first issued?
June 13th, 2022,
And when does it expire?
June 30th, 2025.
Now, we're here today for what reason?
We're here because Ms. Wolf failed to comply with the board order.
If you can take a look at what has been marked as States Exhibit 2, specifically Bates page 4, could you identify these documents in Exhibit 2?
And this is an order for non-disciplinary civil penalty.
Okay, and on Bates page 4, there's a email, correct?
Correct.
And what is the date of the email?
July 28th, 2023.
And what does the email indicate?
The email indicates that Ms. Wolf is being provided an order for non-disciplinary civil penalty.
Okay, and does it give her instructions regarding that order?
Yes.
And what are those instructions?
Instructions on how to pay the penalty and the time frame within which the penalty must be paid, as well as her right to appeal.
And looking at the next page, page 5, what do we have here?
This is the same communication?
And this was by a letter?
Correct.
So the order was sent to her by letter and by email?
Correct.
And the address it was sent to, is that her address of record?
Correct.
Looking at the next page, page 6, is this a copy of the order?
Yes.
And what was the order for, and what was the basis for it?
Yeah. The order was for failing to provide notice of a new criminal charge, arrest, or conviction in any jurisdiction.
And what was the penalty imposed?
$250.
And below that chart, there's above where payment can be made, it gives additional information, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that additional information?
States that the non-disciplinary civil penalty shall be paid within 90 days from the date of issuance of this order.
And going now to what's been marked as Exhibit 3, and starting on the bottom of Bates page 9, going into Bates page 10, that's a copy of the email we looked at, Exhibit 2 from July 28th, is that correct?
That's correct.
And just above that is Miss Wolf's response.
Correct.
And when was her response?
Her first response was August 27th, 2023.
And what was the response?
She asked if the board provides payment plans.
And going up a little bit more, was that inquiry responded to?
Yes.
And what was she told?
She was told that the board is not able to set up payment plans.
And then just above that, there was further communication from Ms. Wolf?
Correct.
And what was that?
Ms. Wolf responded, "So when do I have to pay this by then?"
And up above, that was responded to?
Correct.
And what was she told?
She was told that the last paragraph of the order states, quote, "The non-disciplinary civil penalty shall be paid within 90 days from the date of issuance of this order."
And that communication was dated August 28th, correct?
Correct.
And above that, we have another communication from Ms. Wolf.
Correct.
And what's the date of that one?
October 29th, 2023.
And what was her communication there?
She said, "Hello, I was wondering if there is a way to extend my fine payment. I lost my job and was forced to move, so my finances are," she says, "the best right now."
Okay, so going back to Bates page 8, there was a response to that again.
Correct.
And what is the date of that response?
October 31st, 2023.
And what was she told?
She was told that she has until December 1st, 2023 to pay the civil penalty.
Did she pay the penalty by that date?
No,
And as a result of that, what happened next?
a secondary complaint was opened for failing to comply with the board order.
Okay, you take a look at what's been marked as Exhibit 4. We're looking at Bates pages 12 and 13. What do we have here?
This is a notice of complaint,
And what is the date of this?
December 20th, 2023.
And Bates page 12 is an email. Bates page 13 is a letter.
Correct,
And it advised her that a new complaint had been opened.
correct.
Looking now at Exhibit 5, Bates page 15, what do we have here?
This is a notice to Ms. Wolf about her case being heard at an upcoming meeting.
And what meeting was it going to be considered at?
The meeting of the board on February 14th, 2024,
What was the date of this letter?
January 8th, 2024.
Did Ms. Wolf appear at that meeting?
Not to my recollection.
And what happened at that meeting?
The board referred the complaint to formal hearing.
And then looking at what has been marked as State's Exhibit 6, what do we have here?
This is the complaint and notice of hearing.
And it advised her of the hearing at today's meeting.
Correct.
And did this have any requirements for her?
She had the ability to respond.
Was a response, it was a requirement to respond, correct?
Correct.
And did she do so?
Yes,
Looking at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7, is this her response?
yes.
And what was the date of the response?
February 16th, 2024.
And what was her response?
She said, so if I do not show up in person, is the only thing they can do to revoke my license. Because that is fine. I was let go from my job and they never prepared me for exams at all. I have no interest in further pursuing this career path. However, I'm wondering if there are legal actions that can be taken against me now or in the future.
And complaint notice of hearing, the issue had to do with her noncompliance with that order for non-disciplinary civil penalty, correct?
Correct.
As of today's date, has that penalty been paid?
It has not been paid.
Madam Chair, State moves Exhibits 1 through 7 into evidence.
Do I have a motion to accept the exhibits?
You can accept them on your own.
Okay,
You can admit them on your own.
I'll accept them.
The state has no further evidence or witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Do you have closing comments that you would like to make?
Yes, the evidence and testimony demonstrate the violation of noncompliance with the board order. We would ask that the board make findings consistent with the complaint notice of hearing as to the findings of fact and the stated violations. Based upon the violations and Ms. Wolf's response to that, at this point, the state would ask the board in making those findings and violations impose an order of revocation. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, now time for discussion or entertaining of motions. Any discussions or questions? Hearing none, the board will now discuss whether the state has proven these allegations. Board members, again, do you have any questions? Is there a motion to adopt the factual allegations and alleged violations from the complaint and notice of hearings and hearings as findings of facts and conclusions of law?
I'll make that my motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Board members, do we have a motion with regards to the discipline? The recommended discipline is revocation.
Madam Chair, Member Thorwald, I move we accept the motion to revocate.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Dr. Gandhi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif.
Aye.
And Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you. This concludes this proceeding. The board's decision will be reduced to a written order. Thank you for attending. Let's go back to tab 25. This is the date, time, and place for the board to consider consent agenda items 25. Let me just double check one thing. 25A, 25A through 27G. I'm sorry, I think it should be actually 25G. Case Willebrandt, board case number 23-0685. Adelia Rodriguez, board case number 23-0705. Joseph Hinojosa, board case number 23-0704. Sierra Lundy, board case number 24-0009. Jeffrey Souza, board case number 23-0609. Victoria Taryn, board case number 23-0655. And Miriam Perez, board case number 23-0497. Does any respondent or board member wish to pull any of these cases from the consent agenda for further consideration? Hearing none, will the state's attorneys please introduce themselves?
Seth Hargraves, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Jean Galvin, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Are any of the other parties present?
Madam Chair, I don't see anyone online either.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. The state has filed a motion to deem and vacate the hearing in each of these matters. If these motions are granted, the board will have adopted the factual allegations set forth in the complaints as findings of fact and alleged violations as conclusions of law. Is there a motion with regard to the state's motions to deem? Or any discussion?
I move to grant the state's motions to deem and vacate the hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lahan,
Noting my recusals, aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. We will now deliberate on the appropriate discipline to be imposed. Any discussion?
I move to adopt the state's recommended discipline as set forth in its motions to deem and vacate the scheduled hearings.
We already
Second.
did that. We're in discipline.
I move to adopt the state's recommended discipline as set forth in its motions to deem and vacate the scheduled hearings.
Second.
If I may, just to clarify, so we've already granted the state's motions to deem. And so the factual allegations and conclusions of law, that would be what would need to be adopted.
And then decide on the discipline.
Correct. And the state is recommending revocation on all of those. For the adoption of the factual allegations and alleged violations to be as the findings of fact and conclusions of law, those can be by a voice vote. But for the order of discipline would need to be by roll call.
Okay, I make a motion to accept the findings of fact and conclusions of law.
Correct.
So that's one motion, right?
Correct, correct. And that would be in the state's complaint notice of hearing.
That's
Do I have a
motion.
second?
Second.
Dr. Gandhi, roll call.
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lahan,
Noting recusals, aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif.
Aye.
And Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. And now with regards to the state's proposed discipline of revocation, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the revocation.
Second.
Do you want specificity
No,
for
that's fine. Just
25A
the motion
through
would be to-
25?
No, that's
G?
fine. The motion would just be to accept the state's recommendation for revocation.
Is this one roll call as well?
Roll call, please. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Noting my recusals, aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Dadia. This concludes the proceedings. The board's decisions will be reduced to orders and sent to each of the respondents. Thank you for your attendance.
Madam Chair, I just want to, at the conclusion of our hearings, thanks Ms. Tadea for being part of our family here. I think this is her last meeting with us. She's going off to bigger, better adventures. So good luck to you.
Thank you for your service to our board. Appreciate it and wish you the best of luck. Next, let's go to 23F. Action on previous action, board case number 20-0185, Manuel Angel Garcia. I'm sorry, Miguel Angel Garcia. Is Mr. Garcia present? Staff, do we expect him to be present today?
He was invited.
Let's maybe go ahead and hold off on this one then, and we can come back to it later this afternoon. Can someone from staff reach out and see if we're able to get him online? Let's move to 23G. Complaint number 23-0073, Ryan Albert Kosak. I will recuse from this one, so I'll let you have it.
Thanks, Ms. Walmsley. Is Mr. Kozak in the audience or on the line?
Present.
Mr. Kozak, would you like to please introduce yourself for the record, please?
My name is Ryan Albert Kosak, registered pharmacist, licensed pharmacist in Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Kozak. Ms. Mitchell, would you please provide a summary for the board?
Certainly. Let's see. On March 13th, 2024, Mr. Kosak sent an email to board staff indicating that he'd entered into a plea agreement. In response to that email, Jennifer Canavong, Deputy Director, notified him that he may not be in compliance with the terms of his consent agreement. She noted that she had not received the name of his therapist or any quarterly reports from a therapist on his behalf. She also noted that she did not receive a required update on his criminal case in January 2024 as required by his consent agreement. Dr. Canavong asked Mr. Kosak if he'd established care with a therapist, requested the name of the therapist and the date on which he established care, and to explain why he had not provided an update on his criminal case in January of 2024. Through a series of communications, Mr. Kosak indicated that he believed that he did not have to provide the board with an update on his therapist as she had been approved to provide his evaluation. He said that he would have sought approval from the board if he'd gone with another provider. He'd also failed to provide his report regarding his criminal case because it was just an oversight. He indicated that the requirement had been an amendment to the consent agreement, and he would have notified the board. He thought he would notify the board if there was an update to provide in his case. In communication with board staff, Mr. Kosak indicated that he would not be able to attend today's meeting as he was supposed to be sentenced and believed he would be incarcerated for 90 days. He is here today because that was postponed. So perhaps he'd be able to answer the board's questions regarding his noncompliance with his consent agreement.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Mr. Kosak, do you have a statement to make or a response to the board's questions on why you've been noncompliant with your consent agreement?
What are the board's questions?
There were certain terms set forth in the consent agreement that you were to comply with, and you have been non-compliant with a couple of those elements.
Yeah, I mean, most of my email was pretty much my statement, but just to clarify and make sure that say it again, that you know, as stated, the provider was already approved by the board for my evaluation to get my license on probation and reinstated to this point. So I had basically assumed that this provider was on a list of approved providers by the board for me. So I did not reach out to get reapproval for this same provider who is overseeing my care. And then in regards to the updates with my case, there was, obviously, as a licensed pharmacist in Arizona, you're required to update the board with any type of criminal action on your case. And then I've always been compliant with that. I have been compliant with the board. If there's any update in my case, I have let the board know within a day or two of that update. Which is the standard for being a pharmacist here. And in my consent agreement, it specifically requires me to update the board monthly, which I guess it's kind of like a double standard that I'm already required to update the board if there's any updates. And so what is missing is that I did not send an email to the board to say that there were no updates. So I guess that's where, you know, I'm non-compliant because I didn't update the board that there were no updates, but I've been updating the board every time that there actually was something that the board needed to be updated about.
Board members, any questions for the respondent?
I have a question. So my book didn't update properly. So I don't have the information in front of me for this, but was part of the concern that we have not received any information from the provider regarding?
Yes, actually, thank you for bringing that up. Yes, the first issue that Dr. Ganavong noted was that he had not even notified us of his therapist. Then we did not have any quarterly reports. So we're supposed to receive quarterly reports from the therapist. We had not received any at that point. We have received them since then. And we've also received some answers to some of our questions about his change of providers, because he is also supposed to notify us of changing providers. And so we have received that information, but we had not until we reached out.
And so as far as the information there, besides the omissions that he didn't believe he needed to update, have we received everything that's showing that it's otherwise in compliance? At this point, have we received all of the paperwork that we should have before in a timely manner?
The supervisor for his therapist provided with us with 2 quarterly reports. One from the one that was missed in 2023 that indicates that he missed an appointment, but they followed up with him and he rescheduled. And then the second report also missed, he indicated he missed an appointment. Other than that, we do have the reports.
If I may add one more piece to this, his consent agreement requires that he sign a release for records to be released to the board. That wasn't signed until later in March. This consent agreement went into effect last year.
But Mr. Kosak continues to be on probation?
His license is on probation, yes.
Can I say something as well?
Certainly, please do.
I did sign a release of records with my provider regarding initially for the evaluation. And there was, I guess I wasn't aware that I needed to re-sign another document that was the same thing of allowing the documents to go to the board. It's kind of this, we're in this same scenario where I did this already and I assumed that that covered all of this. So I then re-signed the same paper with my provider as stated in March as well.
Any other discussions?
What?
Board members?
Yeah, what options do we have?
Would the board care to go into executive session for legal advice?
Can I make a request for this?
Sure.
I understand to the letter of law that I did not comply with exactly the wording of my consent agreement. And if I'm happy to have my probation extended for the timeline that I was not in compliance, and just continue with my consent with an extension, and be sure that I will be following every line in every letter to make sure that I stay in compliance with the consent agreement.
There's one thing I want to clarify. I didn't like this statement that you said, and I just want to go back over that. You said that you found that it wasn't fair, maybe that you had to report to the board.
It's a double standard.
Yeah, it was a double standard. That just stuck with me. Can you clarify
Yeah.
that statement a little?
Yeah.
further?
Well, it's because as a licensed pharmacist, I know, and we all know, that I am required to update the board if there is any change in my case regarding any criminal matter that is brought against me in any jurisdiction, as the board has read multiple times over the other cases before me. So I am already held to that standard. The double standard is that in the consent agreement, I am also required to submit a monthly update, even if there is no update. So I am required to send an email every month that says, my update is there is no update. But I'm already required to update you when there is something that happens to me. So I have sent every update when something has changed on my case. I have let the board know immediately. And the part that I missed is sending an email saying simply there are no updates.
Ms.
Does that-
Mitchell, it's not part of his consent agreement that he has to notify when, even if there's no update, he has to notify us.
Okay, that's not how I read it.
It requires him to provide an update. It doesn't say if there is something to update or not. So yes, you would have needed to provide us with something that said, this is the status of my case. And he agreed.
And I would say that
the consent.
that the status hasn't changed. That's, I guess, an update of the status, right? So I'm saying the update of my status is the status hasn't changed. That's essentially no update is what I'm trying to say.
I'm all for legal advice.
Okay, I mean, I guess I feel like you're on a consent agreement. So that is, I don't understand how you view that as something that's not fair to you. You're being able to have your license comply with those requirements in the consent agreement.
I'm not saying that it's not fair. I think I'm just saying that it seems repetitive, and that I'm already updating the board, right? And so it just, I think we're all logical people, that I need to send an email every month that my update is my status hasn't changed. My update is my status hasn't changed. But I'm already required to update you when my status changes.
I'll make a motion for legal advice.
One more thing before we go. I feel like that's a very small part of this whole thing that we're working with. And it seems like there was a lot of confusion on your side about what was actually required within the consent agreement. Have you now read through that and feel very confident that you understand what all those requirements are?
Yes, absolutely. And like I said, this was something that there was an amendment in the consent agreement, my initial consent agreement, and then it changed, and I had read the old document, and when I read for those updates, I kind of put it under the whole thing that it was required with my provider, not by me, to send the status update. And so now I absolutely understand every line, and I will submit a status update every month, and I will be sure that my provider sends a status update quarterly as well.
Yes, because ultimately this is your responsibility to make sure everything is taken care of in the end. Versus
I
just
understand that.
other people to do that for you. I will make
I
a
understand.
advice.
All right, we have a motion for legal advice. Do we have a second?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, welcome back. Is Mr. Kosak still with us?
Yes.
All right, great. Any discussions after executive session for board members?
I'd be willing to make a motion. I make a motion to table this case here and to open a complaint regarding the non-compliance and the pending plea agreement and felony conviction.
I'll second.
Do we need a roll call? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Kosak. Board staff will be in touch.
Can I say that the plea agreement is not pending?
I'm sorry, maybe I misstated
It's
the
the
plea,
sentencing that's still
the
pending.
pending sentencing.
Correct.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
And the convictions.
Conviction,
do not
felony
become
conviction.
Effective until the sentencing is complete. Members of the board, may I ask that in the interim, if the licensee is interested in entering into a consent agreement where he would surrender his license, is that something that the board would be acceptable to consider?
I would. Would you like a motion for that?
I know it would come back to you for approval, but I wanted you to authorize the staff and council to enter into negotiations.
Should we vote or is that enough?
Now, is there any objection to the staff and I proceeding that way? Seth?
No. All right, Mr. Kosak, thank you.
Okay, so what is the outcome here? I'm sorry.
They have tabled this matter, given that your plea agreement has been entered and accepted by the court. You have pleaded guilty and the court has accepted the plea agreement for 2 counts of felony voyeurism. And they have opened a complaint with your non-compliance with the current consent agreement. And they have opened a complaint that will also consider your plea of guilty to those 2 felony counts.
Okay.
They've also
And that,
authorized the staff, because your sentencing has been rescheduled to the end of this month, to negotiate with you a consent agreement for the voluntary surrender of your license.
Okay.
Staff also be reaching out to you if you can provide them with a contact person who may be your power of attorney if you receive jail or prison time for this plea agreement.
okay. Thank you.
Thank
you,
you.
Mr. Kosak.
All right.
Madam Chair, I think there was a request for 5 or 10 minute.
For a break?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. Come back at 9:45. Welcome back, everybody. I'm gonna make you talk with your mouth full. Just kidding. Dr. Gandhi, roll call, please.
Thank you. Mr. Braswell,
Here.
Mr. Thorwald,
Here.
Ms. Nair,
Here.
Ms. Davis,
Here.
Ms. Walmsley,
Here.
Ms. Lahan,
Present.
Mr. Dang,
Here.
Mr. Al Nassif.
Here.
And Mr. Anderson.
Here.
All present, Madam Chair.
Okay, we're gonna go to item 12A from yesterday, Accord Healthcare Inc., non-resident manufacturer permit relocation application. Believe we have somebody online from Accord. A. If someone is present from Accord online, please introduce yourself for the record.
But nobody's chiming in.
I spoke with her this morning. She indicated that she was going to join the meeting at 8:30, so.
Did you catch her name?
Yes, it's a designated representative. I have a hard time pronouncing it. One moment.
Yeah, the only people online are names I can pronounce, Madam Chair, so.
Okay, I guess we'll skip that one and come back to it. 23F. I'm sorry, not 23F. Where are we at on the others?
F, Madam Chair.
Yeah, she is. He is online.
Yes, he is.
Miguel Angel Garcia. Mr. Garcia, if you're online, if you could please introduce yourself.
Hello?
Hi there. If you could introduce yourself for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Miguel Garcia.
Welcome, Mr. Garcia. Thank you for being present. Ms. Mitchell, if you could give us a brief summary.
Sorry, I'm a little out of breath now. It's embarrassing. Okay. Right. Miguel Angel Garcia entered into a consent agreement and order lifting suspension granting application for renewal, imposition of probation and civil penalty to resolve board case 20-0185. The consent agreement became effective on June 6, 2023. By entering into the above referenced consent agreement, Mr. Garcia agreed to continue to see his therapist on a frequency determined by the therapist and ensure that the therapist filed a status report with the board every quarter. The status report was to inform the board of Mr. Garcia's progress in treatment, the issues addressed, and areas of concern, if any. The reports were to be submitted to the board office by the 10th of each month after the end of each quarter. The board office was to receive quarterly reports from two providers, Dr. Cohen, a psychiatrist, and Dr. Lee, a licensed professional counselor. Staff received 3 reports from Dr. Cohen. The report due on January 10th was not received until March 20th, after staff emailed Mr. Garcia regarding his noncompliance with his consent agreement. Staff received just 1 report from Mr. Lee in July 2023, but staff did receive a report from Dr. Lee after Mr. Garcia was notified of this meeting on April 12th, 2024. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Mr. Garcia, anything you would like to add before we proceed with questions?
No, that what she said is all correct.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Board members, questions for Ms. Mitchell or Mr. Garcia?
Mr. Garcia, why did you have late or omitted quarterly reports from your providers?
Well, I've had late quarterly providers from my counselor, Mr. Lee, because I've had financial difficulties since I haven't been able to procure work in my profession as a pharmacist. In the meantime, I've been working at McDonald's. making minimum wage. And it's made it very difficult to support my family and continue to meet all my needs. I have continued to see my providers. And the report was submitted late because my provider was gracious enough to work out a payment plan with me, to work with me moving forward. That satisfied him and his needs. And that's why I was late with him.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Garcia, the reason you weren't attending these sessions is because you couldn't afford it?
I had not missed any sessions. I just was not able to pay him on time. And so the report didn't get sent. So I had continued to accrue bills that needed to get paid for him, for his service. As in addition to working at a McDonald's, I don't have medical insurance to cover the costs.
Ms. Mitchell, what's his license status today?
I believe he's on probation, but let me check. Yes, his license is on probation.
Mr. Garcia, your license is on probation, so you are eligible to work as a pharmacist. Are you, is there just no one that wants to hire you? Why are you not pursuing?
Yeah, I have not been able to find to procure employment at this time. I have applied to several places, but I haven't been able to land employment since the start of the probationary period.
So what options do we have now? Like, so he's uncompliant with the.
He's now in compliance, but I believe, is that correct, Ms. Mitchell? We just received the reports late.
We received the reports late.
Mr. Garcia, do you have a plan to make sure that you're able to stay in compliance and be able to moving forward? And if so, what is that? Your audio is really bad.
Yeah, I know it's my phone. I apologize.
If
My
you want to turn off
provider
your
was very
video, you
gracious.
might get a better bandwidth.
Okay, I'll give it a try. So
Go ahead.
my provider was, is that a better audio for you?
Much.
Are you able to hear me better?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
What I was saying earlier is that, you know, in discussions with my provider, he was very gracious with me and was able to work out a payment plan with me that is something that I can afford moving forward, so I can continue to have his services and meet all of my obligations. So I don't foresee this problem occurring again.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Is an option here to do a letter of concern, so we document that there was a time of non-compliance, and that way going forward, we would have it as reference.
You could ask Mr. Garcia if he would consent to the entry of a letter of concern for this matter. It is non-disciplinary.
Why would he need to consent to it? Just curious.
This is not set, for a conference
Oh,
or
okay.
it's not set for the automatic imposition of discipline or that would allow you to impose discipline. It's an action on previous action.
What actions do we have at our disposal then?
You can't impose any disciplinary or non-disciplinary action. You could ask him to accept an administrative or an advisory letter. Or you can take no action and
I'm thinking about that, no action.
caution him to
Yeah,
comply.
just So this, I make my motion is to move for no action.
A
at this time.
second. I would suspect that this would serve as our documentation.
And we could open a complaint later if needed, if there was still non-compliance.
I agree.
But I think it makes sense with the letter of concern because then you memorialize that this discussion happened and he was put on notice that he has to comply.
Is your recommendation that we open that complaint now?
I think what Ms. Nair was talking about makes more sense at this point.
One option could be you could offer him a consent for an advisory letter. And if he doesn't accept it, you can schedule it for a conference at a future meeting, at which point you would have the ability to take action without a consent agreement.
So I think I have a motion to dismiss at this point. Did I have a second? Okay, I had a second. So any further discussion, or do you wish to leave your motions as is or move forward with a vote?
I was just like hearing the recommendation from the staff. I would, can I modify my motion to like send a letter of concern? That right? That would.
Well, we had two trains of thought, I think, is possibly doing the letter of concern or just using this appearance here today as a memorializing of our concerns.
Why
So
don't we just ask him if he would consent to a letter of concern? Do it that way.
Mr. Garcia, would you be willing to consent to a letter of concern? Would be non-disciplinary for your non-compliance, or we could even call it late compliance with your consent agreement?
Yes, I have no trouble complying or consenting to that. I just wanted to stress to the board that I have had and continue to have every intention of complying with the terms of the original consent agreement. And my difficulty is one of circumstance and is one that I'm actively working on in my life to correct for.
I mean, I appreciate that you're saying that. I think that we shouldn't have any problems going forward. And, you know, your communication with us has really helped us to choose to not to do something disciplinary or open a complaint.
I'm comfortable with taking no action. I think seems like he has a good plan moving forward. He's a little bit of he's contrite in the way that he's appearing before us today and very cooperative and communicative. So I'm good with taking no action.
So I'm keeping my motion. There's no action.
I'll keep my second as well.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Just to be
Aye.
clear, what
Wait,
is the
wait.
motion?
Take no
Okay.
action. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, thank you for your appearance and best of luck to you in your continued compliance.
Thank you very much.
Let's move to 11B or 12A online. Staff.
12A may be online.
Is anyone present from Accord Health? If anyone is present from Accord Health, if you could please introduce yourself for the record. Okay, let's move to 29D as in dog. Discussion and consideration of possible action on a deviation request from Sage Memorial Hospital. Welcome and good morning. If you could please sit down at one of the mics and introduce yourselves. Just make sure that you press the button when you introduce yourself so that the online folks can hear.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us. My name is Danetta White, pharmacist in charge at Sage Memorial Hospital.
Good morning, members of the Pharmacy Board. My name is Kenneth Ademe. I'm the Chief Medical Officer at Sage Memorial Hospital, Ganado, Arizona.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Barron. I'm a nurse practitioner. I'm the medical director for the outpatient department and the community health department at Sage Memorial Hospital.
Welcome to you all. Would one of you like to give a little bit of a summary of why you're before us today and what you're asking of us?
Yes.
Oops, your mic is off now.
I'm sorry. So on the 30th of October last year, when I became the pharmacist in charge, I decided to carry out an audit of the pharmacy operation. And so when I did, it came to my knowledge there were some programs that had already been running in the pharmacy without, up until the time I became PIZ. To my understanding, those programs were contrary to the established rules and regulations of the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. And so for any reasonable and responsible person, I decided to, first of all, stop the program and notify senior management that in order for me to continue as a PIC, I would have to stop the program, which I did stop the program. And then the second part of it was to send in the deviation request so that we can be appropriately in compliance according to the rules and regulations of the board, if the board so decide to approve the deviation. What the programs were all about was that based on my investigation, it did show that medications were being removed from the pharmacy. Those medications were removed by the mobile health clinic nurses, and we are being distributed to 6 communities and chapters in the Navajo Nation area. I looked at all the laws. There were no backing with regards to those actions, and so that was one of the reasons I decided to stop the program. But I also, when I did stop the program, because of we all desire to carry out patient care to meet the demands of our patient, I decided to send in the deviation request in consultation with senior management. Since then till now, since I stopped the program till now, we have not carried out any distribution of medications in those 6 chapters.
Thank you. So can you explain to me a little bit what you're asking to do?
So what I'm asking to do, I have some documents which I will distribute to you also that you can have in-depth knowledge of what.
We typically don't accept materials at the time of the meeting.
Okay. So, but I have decided to come up with a policy, assuming the board decides to grant our wish and approve our deviation request. I have designed a policy to establish a safe and effective medication policy of emergency prescription medication dispensing from a remote storage area of Sage Memorial Hospital Mobile Health Clinic, a remote pharmacy. In other words, this policy intent, the deviation would help us facilitate to establish a remote pharmacy. Currently, the mobile health clinic does have 2 motor vehicles, Ford motor vehicles 2020, that I intend to utilize some of the space for that. And so the second one is to ensure safe and effective, the safety and effectiveness of medication use process in the ordering, dispensing, and administration of medications dispensed from the remote drug storage area of Sage Memorial Hospital remote pharmacy, Sage Memorial Hospital mobile clinic remote pharmacy. The 4th item here, I skipped the 3rd item, the 3rd item on the policy because it's just it just makes a general reference. The fourth item on policy wants is to ensure that the mobile health clinic remote pharmacy primarily serves only Navajo Nation communities and chapters. And I listed the chapters here: Cornfield, Kinlishe, Clagati, Greasewood Springs, Steamboat, White Runs, and Nasnili. Then I went on to establish some procedures on how we would handle that. So I said first, the Sage Memorial Hospital Pharmacy shall maintain and operate a mobile health clinic remote pharmacy under any such deviation request as may be granted by the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy, under Arizona State rules and regulations, and according to Arizona States and federal laws. I said two, prepackaged, pre-labeled medications shall be stored in locations, medication cabinets, or medication rooms in the mobile health clinic remote pharmacy as to safeguard their unauthorized removal, prevent unauthorized access to and removal of medications by unauthorized staff, patients, and or visitors, and ensure safe and effective medications. I said prior to gaining access to stored medications, access authorization form shall be completed by staff, not under the supervision of the pharmacist in charge, and approved by the pharmacist in charge. And such access authorization shall be subject to review at any time at the discretion of the pharmacist in charge. I said 4, no staff is permitted to access the stored medications by means other than as provided for in procedure 3.2, which is the authorization form, except for staffs who are under the supervision of the pharmacist in charge or as may be permitted by the pharmacist in charge. In other words, during emergency circumstances. 5, I said appropriate record keeping log shall be in place to identify authorized access to stored medications with regards to the name, title of authorized individuals, the access date, and the location of the mobile health clinic remote pharmacy on the access date. This log shall be maintained by the Sage Memorial Hospital Pharmacy. So I desire to know who accesses those cabinets, what day and time, and at what location, because we have 6 different locations. I need to know whether did you access a cabinet while driving from location 1 to location 2, or you actually at location 2 before you access the cabinet. That I need to know. 6, I said.
I'm sorry.
Apologize.
Yeah, sorry for interruption.
Apologies.
I'm gonna let you continue, but there's too much information for me. So let's stop here and then go back to the beginning, right? So what are you asking is to have remote pharmacy or mobile pharmacy?
To have a remote mobile pharmacy, which is a mobile pharmacy.
Okay, and I don't think our state we have any definition yet for mobile pharmacy.
Correct.
I'm wrong.
So just to further, I think just for the board members. So I think what you're asking is to use like a van or some sort of a truck as a pharmacy to potentially drive around the reservation and act as a pharmacy.
That is correct, madam.
Well, Madam President, this is Dr. Oneme. I know Dr. White is explaining to you the technical details of what he's requesting, but maybe let me go back to the beginning.
Yeah, I think a simpler explanation of exactly what you're looking for would be helpful.
Yes. So, understanding Ganado, Sage Memorial Hospital is in the northeast corner of Arizona, in the Navajo Nation. It serves 8 chapters, and there are 8 chapters and they're all about 25, 23 miles from. So our main hospital is in Ganado. Our furthest chapter that we serve is a community called Naslini, which is about almost 30 miles one way. And these are unpaved roads, mountain roads that go up into those communities. So access to care and access to pharmaceuticals is an issue all the time. Prior to, in fact, for many years, we've addressed this by operating mobile health units. And these mobile health units used to have medications on them so we could provide primary care. First of all, also understanding that the Navajo Nation is in the midst right now of a very significant sexually transmitted infections epidemic. There's also, they're in the midst of a diabetes epidemic. So we have to have the ability to take our care, complete clinic care from Ganado out to our furthest chapters and administer the treatment there, including provision of some basic medications over at those facilities while we're out in the field. This is being done by other facilities that are IHS facilities, but Sage Memorial is licensed by the state of Arizona, right? You license us as a pharmacy. So when Damiente became the chief medical, became the pharmacist in charge, he approached me and said, you know, you are not in compliance with what the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy requires, because we're not allowed to take prepackaged medications, because Katie and her team take prepackaged medications on board the mobile health unit. They can administer, if we have a treatment for syphilis, for example, they can administer the penicillin right there in the field. If a patient has upper respiratory infection, they can administer that right there in the field. But Damiente said, well, we're taking these medicines from the pharmacy and we're taking them outside and it's not under my supervision, so it doesn't comply with the law. So I actually did call the Arizona Board of Pharmacy and I spoke to one of your compliance officers, Mr. Wagner, and I discussed with him. I'm not sure if he's here.
He's joined us at the table.
Oh, there he is. So I had a long discussion with Mr. Wagner. I said, you know, what applies in Gilbert, Arizona, does not apply in Ganado. I mean, there's a Walmart around every corner in Gilbert. I'm 25 miles from my nearest pharmacy in Ganado. I said, so what can I do? You know, so he said, well, you chose to be licensed by us, and so you have to follow our rules. He said, but what I can advise you to do is come to the board and say, perhaps could you grant us an exception to be able to take medications under the supervision of our PIC. He's going to craft a collaborative agreement with our mobile health director. He's going to put in all the rules to ensure that these medicines are safe. But the pharmacy board might grant you an exception to be able to take these medications as you have been doing out to the field to be compliant. So because we didn't, and he told me, he said, you are out of compliance right now. You can't do it, even though they are doing it in the other hospitals that are next to you. These are IHS facilities. They are not governed by the state, so they can do whatever they want. But you are out of compliance because you are governed by the state. So we stopped the programs, and then we basically said, we're going to come to you to ask for the permission to be able to resume these programs we're doing under a deviation request. And I asked him, I said, what do I have to request? And he said, you may ask for a deviation from this statute. So he gave me the statute to ask for the deviation for. So that's essentially the reason why we're here.
So thank you very much. So physician or providers or practitioner, they give medication to patient there to take it home, right?
Yes.
So also that medical board and nursing board, they have issue with that. You know, like I cannot speak on their behalf, but also you need to review the rules for medical board and nursing board on this. So my concern on this, it's not only Arizona board pharmacy rule, there's FDA rules, a lot of things, like many rules around this area that you're giving pre-pack medications or vials or container to a practitioner or the doctor's offices, to my knowledge, has to be sealed. And you know what I mean, you cannot just pre-pack, you need like many approval for that. Now, regarding you have like pharmacy, mobile pharmacy, and I can be corrected by staff, our staff, that we don't have any rules around allowing mobile pharmacy. We have remote pharmacy, which you need to have locations and you can have a technician there, and our compliance officer can help you with this. You know what I mean?
But that's why they want the deviation.
I don't think we can, we can't
I
get
have-
deviation.
Yeah, I would like to hear from Mr. Wagner since he's joined us and he's a little more looped into the day-to-day conversation here.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll try and simplify this a little bit. Where this issue arose is because the hospital pharmacy was packaging these medications similar to what they would for emergency room dispensing, except these were going out with the nurses out into the reservation to see patients and were being dispensed on the order of the medical director. So that's where the compliance issue came in with us, is that these were prepackaged by the pharmacy, but weren't dispensed out of the emergency department.
So I have a question about logistically. The nurse practitioner goes to the patient's home, or is there a building they come to that's close to their own home?
Can I explain a little bit? Okay, so my name's Katie again. I'm a nurse practitioner. I was practicing I created this program at Fort Defiance Indian Hospital, which is 30 miles from our current hospital, which is a 638 facility. It is not IHS. So it's tribally governed. And we had an agreement where I created a formulary with the medications that I would be distributing. But they are in a regular bottle, and I write the prescription and the indications and the quantity, and then I document it in the computer on the mobile unit. So patients come to the mobile unit. We're located at a chapter house, which is like a community house. So they come in, it's a full clinic on wheels. And so they are registered, they're triaged. I see them, I decide what medications are clinically indicated. I educate the patient on the medication, on the side effects, on the whole process, as I would in any clinic. And then they are already prepackaged, have the indication. I just sign it, put the patient's name, medical record number, date, etc. So it's essentially what I would do in an outpatient clinic. I just have the medication, and instead of them going to a pharmacy, I'm just handing it to them.
What if it's outside of the conditions that you have on your formulary? So let's say my arm's broken and I come to you. How would you treat that person? Because you're only treating diabetic medications.
So the medications we have on the
STI.
formulary, I have it here if you want it. It's the same formulary that I used at the other hospital. It's antibiotics. I have expertise in infectious diseases. So it's antibiotics mainly for STIs, but also for upper respiratory infections. And then it's basic like Tylenol, cough syrup, your basic walk-in URI symptoms, UTI symptoms. We also have a lab on board, so I'm able to do point of care tests. I'm also able to draw blood and bring it back to the hospital, get the results. So it's comprehensive care. I'm not making these decisions. And I'm following up on these patients after the care.
But even to simplify, what if it's high blood pressure? What happens with that patient? What do they do if they come in, they have high blood pressure?
So the only blood pressure medicine that we carry was lisinopril. And so
you would be able to treat,
I
what
would
if
be-
it's outside of your formulary?
If
is
it's
what I'm
outside
trying
our formulary and they're needing a higher level of care, I'm referring them to the hospital, to our emergency department.
Okay, so why not open remote pharmacies in these chapters?
I mean, you could, but the logistics of it will be very difficult at this time. First of all, like I said, the 8 chapters that we serve just within our community, they're pretty far flung apart. And just staffing, just the mayor, we've done strategic planning around this, and just the staffing issues are just tremendous for us to get a mobile unit. So we have 2 mobile units, and we're able to, I believe you go out, is it 3 times a week?
Currently,
Wait, I have a question. So you said the staffing would be enormous. You only would need a technician in a remote pharmacy
Yes, but for 8 chapters.
and a pharmacist supervising.
Exactly, supervising,
remotely.
right, exactly. So, yes, it's tough to understand our staffing situation unless you've actually been there. Even getting a pharmacy tech is something like I think an act of Congress over there.
Let me jump in on this. I used to be the liaison for the another task force years ago to the tribes, including the Navajo Nation and the Hopis and so forth. And there are tremendous distances between each one of these areas. Just because it's a chapter, it doesn't mean it's a city. People are out away from areas. They don't always have the transportation. This type of thing is dramatically important and is very much needed in the Navajo Nation because of the large area it covers. This is not something that would be a normal situation in my mind in any way, shape, or form. And I think this is would be a very effective tool to be able to reach out to the members of the nation, Navajo Nation. Do you cover Hopis as well?
Go ahead.
So we serve Navajo and non-beneficiaries. So if Hopis we're pretty close to the Hopi reservation. It's like right next to ours. So yes.
And because people live out in the middle of nowhere, and you cannot imagine unless you go up there how far it is to be able to go get any kind of treatment or any kind of medication. I would be all for this kind of thing as long as it's not putting anybody in danger. I think it would really contribute to the benefit of the public.
I
getting
don't disagree with that at all. I was just saying we already have a remedy and that could be utilized. If you already have a medical facility in these different places, why not use what's readily available versus a deviation?
Part of the issue is is cost up there and being able to find people that want to live up there, that are on that are members of the tribe, and getting people who are experts in these areas to be able to do something.
Yeah, I see the importance of this, but so we have a licensing issue here. You are inpatient pharmacy and you're giving medication to outpatient. You have outpatient, have both. So yeah, and the other thing you can, as a practitioner, you can open an account with a wholesaler. You don't need a pharmacy, right? Purchase medications and you go to your board and you apply for dispensing license and you give it to patients and you follow medical board or nursing board rules because they allow you to do so. So you don't need to go to pharmacy to do it. So why you're choosing to purchase from pharmacy or to get it through your pharmacy, not to have like account with the wholesaler as facility?
That's
could-
true.
I could, I'm sorry, could
I just want to piggyback on Mr. Al Nassif. You're right. He's right. As a prescriber and nurse practitioner, you are allowed to have your own practice and purchase the drug directly from the wholesale distributor. If you go through with that route, then there's no affiliation with pharmacy or whatsoever.
So my only concern with that is, I'm also doing many other activities as a clinician on this small mobile unit. So that to me seems like incredibly unsafe to be out counting pills, putting them in envelopes when we should be working collaboratively within our own organization.
So what you can purchase like unit of use, like 30 tablets. You know what I mean? You can do it. There isn't many wholesalers.
I have a couple more questions for you, Katie. On the formulary list that you had mentioned earlier, are there any narcotics on that formulary list?
Absolutely not. I have the list right here. There's no narcotics, so we have, we have about 10 antibiotics. We have aspirin, acetaminophen, benzonatate, diphenhydramine, glucose. The only things that are concerning, we have lisinopril, loratadine, metformin, naloxone nasal spray. We also have an opioid crisis going on. We have Truvada for PrEP or pre-exposure prophylaxis. We have an assortment of topicals for, your basic first aid. And then we have artificial tears, albuterol inhalers. So all of these are pretty basic. There's no narcotics.
So these are all oral medications, any
The
injectable?
only injectable would be Bicillin for syphilis treatment.
And then
And then we carry an assortment of vaccinations.
anyone else, any other staff member working with you on this mobile unit?
Yes, I have a team of medical assistants and registered nurses.
So altogether, how many?
Right now, it's a team of 6.
6. So
We're not always 6 on the mobile unit, but
how secure are these meds
so
stored
how
on these?
I did it before at Fort Defiance and how I started it last summer here, I have a bag and it's partitioned, and then we would have the medications typed up, written out, all secured. Besides, I think Truvada, that was the only one, and the inhalers, like the things that were already prepackaged. They're all in here. I bring the formulary out with me. I bring the bag, I go pick it up from pharmacy, use it, and I personally carry the bag back and forth, and then I bring it back. I tell them what I've used, and it stays in the pharmacy because we cannot leave it on the mobile unit because that's parked in very remote areas. So it never stays on the mobile unit.
Okay, so at the beginning of the day, you would take the meds prepackaged from the pharmacy.
Correct.
And then at the end of the shift,
Mhm.
you would take any unused prepackaged med
Exactly.
back to the pharmacy.
And any used, I would document in our medical record system that I dispensed it. And I would write a note that it was dispensed from the mobile unit. And then I would also have the paper form inventory to say, this is what I distributed. As like an inventory log.
Did you have additional questions, Kevin? I think Mr. Hyper wanted to make a quick comment as well. Inspector Hyper.
Did you ever talk to them about GMP being a repackager? No. There is, Steve Hyber with the board, there is one solution, I think, that doesn't require a waiver from the board, because you probably don't want to grant a waiver because, to your point, board member Al Nassif, there is an FDA requirement. When you move from doing pre-packaging for use within the hospital facility and you want to do pre-packaging for outside, that's called repackaging. And to be a repackager, you can become one. You have to obtain the proper permit from our agency. You have to register with the FDA as a repackager, but you can do that. You could build out a process in order to be compliant with becoming a manufacturer, but only restricting that manufacturing to pre-packaging. So you would have your current process align with your current process, but you'd be correct as far as following GMP requirements in order to assure that that product that leaves the manufacturing facility at your hospital would be safe.
But that doesn't get us past the fact that this is also not a fixed location and for the permit.
Well, they'd be distributing to the practitioners that are in those mobile clinics.
And then that would be up to the medical board, nursing board, whether they would authorize that practice or not. But if I can ask a question, Madam Chair.
Yeah, go ahead. I think you may have the same one I do.
I do. And, obviously, they're on tribal land, and there are folks that choose to be permitted by us, and there's folks that don't, right? And there's not a requirement to be. So my question is, what was the intent of being permitted by the Board of Pharmacy?
So I can tell you from a strategic view, historical view, Sage Memorial has never been a part of IHS. It's always been a 638 503C corporation, privately run by the tribe, by the Navajo Nation. Sage Memorial chose to become licensed by both the state of Arizona in terms of a hospital license, as well as by the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. There have been discussions lately in the executive management team as to whether or not does it actually serve the interests of Sage to maintain those licenses. And I can tell you that those discussions have been had and are still ongoing. But historically, as I said, Sage has been licensed by the state, and so far have chosen to maintain that licensure. There are other discussions that are being had because Sage also is in the process of building a brand new facility, a large new facility which will be open in October of this year. So some of those discussions are being had, including whether or not you maintain Arizona State Board of Pharmacy licensure, are going to have to be deferred until all this is done, because we are not going to begin to have these discussions in the middle of opening a new facility. We would prefer to remain licensed with the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. I think it served us well in the past. It's kept us compliant. But the reason, like I said, why we are requesting this deviation is really just trying to be patient-centered. I mean, our situation is very unique. Our ability to treat the patients with, just take, for example, the STIs is significantly impacted without this mobile health program. And so, to me, I know, like I said, when he brought up to me that we were in violation of the letter of the law, I said, fine, you have to stop the program because I don't want to be in violation of Arizona's letter of the law. But I think the law has letter and spirit, right? I think we are in compliance with the spirit of the law. We are not harming any patient. We have figured out a way to make this very safe, very effective, very patient-centered, and we're able to bring this care out to our population that is in dire need of the care. And if there is any way to be able to continue a practice which is safe and is being done actually by our sister facilities in Chinle, in Fort Defiance, in Tuba City, that are all not licensed by the state of Arizona. The only reason why we are here today is that we hold your license.
No, yeah,
if we didn't have your license, we wouldn't be here.
I'm sorry for interruption. So there is solutions. I mean, so you don't need to come before us to do the same thing. So as an outpatient pharmacy, you can invoice or transfer like up to a certain percentage to the clinic or to practitioner. The only thing, it has to be sealed. Now, my issue here, when you take medication from pharmacy, I don't think giving it back to them is a safe practice because we don't know how hot outside, what the heat, we don't know. You know what I mean? Like usually the best practice, we don't allow medication to come to pharmacy after leave the custody. You know what I mean? So when it lose the custody, so I mean, so the solution, you can't keep doing what you're doing using this 5% when they give you a sealed package, right? To you guys, and you reach out to the medical board and nursing board to see what is the rules around this, and you keep doing what you used to do to serve this community. So, I mean, I still see there's a solution and quick and fast. Just you need guys to do it, right? And you go to do the right route instead of like coming and ask for deviation. And I agree with you, like, you know, that serve a lot of like people there, communities there, but we also remind everything is safe. So the rules here to make sure everyone is safe. So getting medication back to pharmacy, I don't think this is a safe step.
Sorry, one more comment about the safety of it. They're on a mobile unit that we have, it's temperature controlled, and we also have multiple refrigerators that are temperature controlled, and we monitor all of that. So, because we're keeping laboratory specimen on there as well. So
Yeah.
if it's just a matter of cold chain supply and making sure it's safe from that, then we can address that.
Yeah, but there is like custody issues, and there's the SCSA, and there is many things, you know what I mean? Like, it's not just only one area, and I'm sure you're doing it the right way, but we just want to make sure. So me, from my perspective, I don't think they need deviation. That's my opinion, because they can do it different way and to help their community.
Madam Chair, if I may also add.
Please.
Our deviation is specific to enhancement of pharmacy practice, technological or experimentation. But that's controlled by the pharmacy space. And this is now kind of leaving the pharmacies. I don't know if we have, and Ms. Calvin and Mr. Hargraves can probably chime in. Do we even have the authority to deviate from this based on that definition of deviation?
And that would be up for the board to determine whether this request falls within one of the three purposes for which you are authorized to grant a deviation: experimentation, advancement in technology, et cetera.
And to Mr. Nassif's point, there's a way already, a pathway to do this.
I do have a question. On tribal lands, I've noticed there's always issues with confidence in the organization providing the services. Have you found having state, being registered with the state, having state licenses provide any additional confidence from the tribal members that feel more comfortable and safer about using your services?
I think so. That's one of the, again, and like I said, in part of the discussions about maintaining those licensures, that's been one of them. Being licensed by the state is actually, I think, is viewed as a badge, a certification that we are in compliance with rules that are applicable everywhere, including in Phoenix. We just very recently actually obtained the Navajo Nation license. We never had one before. All we had was just a state license, but due to some reasons for us needing tribal resolutions for the new hospital, we had to obtain a Navajo Nation license. But we've always operated as a facility that was licensed by the state. And like you mentioned, that does impart some legitimacy to our operations in the eyes of the population there.
Mm-hmm. I just have a suggestion and a question too. Have you ever tried to have the prescription submitted, transmitted to your pharmacy, and then your pharmacy prepare all the medications and have them deliver to the site?
So a part of the revelation of my investigation was that when the prepackaged, pre-labeled medications intended for the emergency dispensing in the ER were removed by the nurses from the hospital pharmacy and taken over in the mobile van down to the locations, They were just being, of course, they filled out the missing information like the strength, the dose, the schedule, and so forth, gave to the patient. Part of my investigation was that they were sending over the scripts. They will remove the medication that are prepackaged, pre-labeled for the emergency department. Then they send a script from the mobile clinic to the outpatient pharmacy for a pharmacist to verify the medication. That was a practice before I became the PIC. Then I instructed my pharmacist not to verify the medications and to verify the scripts because they cannot do that in anticipation. But also further, they cannot verify a medication that they are not seeing. And so I told them I'd stop the program and they cannot continue to do that practice.
No, what I meant is you have all these meds prepackaged and stored at your pharmacy, at your outpatient center.
Correct.
No, in the inpatient pharmacy.
So our pharmacists at the hospital were creating the system with me, and they prepackaged it. They have their own system. They created this bag that had all these medications. I would pick it up from them in the morning, go out, and then I would put a prescription in out on the mobile unit and say I dispensed it as like the circle.
The concept that I have in mind is this: you would not be taking anything out of the pharmacy. When you see the patient, you write the prescription and you transmit the prescription back to the outpatient pharmacy. They will prepare all those medications and have them carry or deliver by the pharmacy technician to the site at the end of the day.
Just for logistics, that means that then the pharmacy tech would have to drive out more than 30 miles to the chapter house because people live 10 to 15 miles on dirt roads in homes. And so that the main issue is we're trying to decrease the cost to the patient and grant immediate access to these medications. It's the same thing with, we do express STI testing and treatment right there to break the chain of the syphilis epidemic. So, and the main issue I'm having now is when I'm seeing somebody and they have a common cold, I'm telling them to drive an hour or $100 worth of gas to go pick up some cough syrup. They're not going to do it. Or if they have something more serious, or, they're on opioids, I can't give them a life-saving medicine right then. And so we've talked about delivery, and we actually do have, that's part of my other component of public health nursing. We do deliver meds to people's homes that do not have, that are vulnerable and cannot come to the hospitals. We're already doing that. We go pick it up from the pharmacy and deliver it. So this is essentially delivery. It's just I'm the intermediary doing actual assessment in real time.
So going back to the previous discussions, seems like there are two possibilities that you can pursue and not seeking a deviation request. One of which is had mentioned by our surveyor compliance officer, Mr. Haber. Your pharmacy can apply for the repackaging pharmacy in a legal way. The other option is Katie, you can apply as a nurse practitioner. You can purchase the medications directly from the wholesale distributor and dispense the medication through your license. So those are the two options. We do have options available.
I'd like to make an alternative suggestion. It sounds like there's some options that they could consider to get them into compliance. I am of the opinion that we should table this request and instruct staff to work with them to see what we can do to get them in compliance. It seems like this is a needed service. I just don't know that I think we can get there with the deviation. I don't know that it's the correct things that are the deviation. Sounds like you've prepared a wonderful policy and procedure. I'd love for our staff to have a chance to review that, so that way we can make sure that it gives the proper that we give it the proper attention that it deserves. I think we can probably get there, and the staff, I think, can help you find a way to continue to service the citizens of the Navajo Nation, which is wonderful. And I think that this is a very needed service for Arizonans. We just need to figure out what's the best way to accomplish it. That's kind of where my head is. Dr. Gandhi, does that sound reasonable to you?
That does, Madam Chair.
I would like to throw something else out. One of the things that you have an issue up there is building confidence in who the people are you're meeting with. And so people aren't always going to be out. Hi, come on over here, give me that medication kind of thing. It's more likely to go somewhere else. They're not around when they're tried to be delivered. And it makes it much more difficult to accomplish some of the things that Kevin proposed. So I am, if we can work something out to help them, I think it would be a great thing.
I mean, I just have a million more questions. Like, how does this pharmacy staff, like, how does our board staff inspect it if we don't know where the mobile clinic is today? It's going to be in one of 8 different places at any given time. Like, there's a lot of
Yeah.
questions.
We
but
have set schedules.
yeah, but I think that there's some things that perhaps the staff can work with you guys on to achieve the goal here, which is to serve the patients of Arizona in a safe way. I don't know if the deviation is the way that we need to accomplish it. So my motion is to table at this point.
Just want to,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, make one comment just to keep serving this community. This is very important. We don't want to cause any harm to them. You're still able as an outpatient pharmacy to give sealed package to the practitioner, and they have to follow their own board rules. As long as it's sealed, you give it to them and you are under 5% of your like sell profit. So you still can do it. But it means.
Yeah, this recommendation has been provided to senior management even before I sought the deviation. And I believe that senior management wanted the deviation rather than this provided the medications in the original manufacturer's bottle as an invoiced medication to the mobile clinic. And so because of that, I had no option but to submit the deviation.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask one other quick question.
Go ahead, Frank.
I wanted to just be assured that I understood something correctly regarding chain of custody. You pick up the medications that are already set aside in the bag by the pharmacy. They are never out of your hands throughout the time. Does other people also do the same besides you, just you?
Not yet. I would like to have other trained clinicians, but I would have them, there would be protocols for that. But right now I'm the only person doing it.
And you already know, you have your full schedule of where you are throughout the day.
Yes.
So that if somebody wanted to inspect you, you could be inspected. You're
Yeah.
at whatever GPS location.
Yeah, we're inspected by like CLIA and so yes, I have a set schedule.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? I don't want to cut it off. I had a motion to table. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you for appearing and for coming down to meet with us today. The staff will reach out to you guys and see what they can do to work out some solutions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I apologize. Do you still need?
If you could give it to Ms. Canavong at the end. Thank you. We'll go to 29E.
I'm giving them all the.
Discussion and consideration for possible action regarding deviation requests made by Farm Care USA of Tucson. Welcome. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
You bet. My name is Ryan Russell. I am the pharmacist in charge at Farm Care USA of Tucson. We're a long-term care pharmacy serving hospice, skilled nursing facilities, and dependent assisted living.
If you could tell us a little bit about your deviation request, please.
Sure. In a discussion with my compliance officer a little while ago, it came to our attention that we may not be in compliance per administrative code R42367. We need to store our medications that come back from delivery in the pharmacy in a safe and secure location. But per code R423-610, the only person that can access the pharmacy is a pharmacist. And so what we're asking is that the couriers are allowed access to a secure area, the dispensing area, to be able to return medications that aren't able to be delivered.
Thank you. Board members, questions?
What else is in the?
Go ahead.
What else is in the dispensing area? Is that where like the will call is with all of the patient's other medications?
Only the ones that would be delivered or needed to be returned. It's we call it the cage. It's a secure area located within the pharmacy that is separate from the pharmacy, if that makes sense. But in terms of what's delivered, only medications that could possibly be delivered or need to be returned.
You mentioned that this was brought up to you by your compliance officer. Was this Mr. Castaneda or Mr. Leong?
Yes, Benjamin.
Thank you. You knew what I was going to go for next, didn't you? Anything to add to the discussion as we get started here?
No, I don't believe so. Just to clarify, the permitted space is as a building, like a warehouse that the pharmacy is located in, and the cage is within that warehouse, and the drivers have access to an exterior door that leads them into the cage from the outside of the building.
So, Mr. Castaneda, from your perspective, there's any concern if we approve the request?
Well, looking back on the inspection, I believe there was some materials that were HIPAA sensitive that were within viewing distance of that cage. And I'm not sure that I have the ability to speak more upon that.
And just for clarification, the people that would be accessing this locked cage with the medications are non-healthcare providers. They're the couriers.
Correct.
Are those couriers your employees or like third party?
They are third party.
Do the medications include any controlled substances?
Yes.
So are the only items that are in there, they're the things that like were for more emergency, or not necessarily emergency use, but not things that were going to be going out during your daytime hours. This was specifically for like overnight treatment
Yes.
for these facilities, so it would be very limited to what those products
Yes,
were.
and also, for example, patients who are actively dying, so hospice patients that need, like, for example, morphine or a comfort kit.
So don't these facilities that you service also have emergency boxes on their premises that could suffice during an after hours sort of episode?
Not necessarily, but also many of these are going to patients' homes that the hospices provide for or service. Only one of the hospices that we service has an inpatient unit. All of the others do not.
How many of these potential deliveries happen per day, per week?
So I guess that's hard for me to quantify. You know, we'll deliver a run out. Sometimes that run takes longer. They're not able to return in time before the pharmacy is closed, so they'll put whatever is not delivered back into that cage.
So have you looked into like drop boxes that allow the drugs to be returned to the pharmacy so that the courier doesn't have access to the licensed space?
If that's a viable solution, we'll look into it. You know, it's not that many medications. I think we would have to do a refrigerated lockbox too, you know, for lorazepam liquid, for example, but we could probably accommodate that. We'd have to look into that and see how that would work.
What's being done now?
So we have this cage that so when something goes out, or when a courier goes to deliver medication and for some reason it can't be delivered and they return after the pharmacy is closed, they will put the medications in the cage. It's alarmed, it's badge accessed, it's video. We have video recording on it, so we can see who accesses it. And only the couriers have access to that.
The couriers now are dropping them off in the cage.
Correct.
And then that was noted that was not compliant. Okay, thank you.
And is this so this is for return, not for retrieval to take out?
Correct.
Okay.
So what do you mean by deviation for the maximum time allowed? Because they already have access now.
So in requesting, the board asked how long we'd like this deviation for. So we're requesting for, I believe it's 2 years.
Dr. Gandhi, is the suggestion that Mr. Anderson proposed compliant with, from your perspective, the lock boxes?
I would think so, and I think if you look at post offices, right, they have those drop boxes where you can, and then you can't retrieve it because it's a one-way drop-in box. I think that model will work because I think your cage is in the four walls of the pharmacy permitted space, right? So now they're entering, even though it's caged, they're entering into a pharmacy permitted space without a pharmacist.
Yes, yes.
So I think the drop box option is a viable option.
Agree.
I know a lot of pharmacies have a little drop box where people drop in prescriptions as well, and it's a kind of a similar situation.
So
I think there
there's
are
solution,
options
yeah, there's solution.
outside of a deviation request.
I also don't think the deviation request is technically complete. I don't know what we would even be deviating here because there's not a specific rule or statute.
It would be from having a pharmacist on premises when somebody else is in there. And then, yeah, having controlled substances accessible by non-pharmacy personnel that are there. So there are several concerns here.
The DEA potentially could even have concern with the
That's correct.
access to the
That is
pharmacy.
correct. And having a drop box, I don't think requires a deviation request because they're not accessing the building, period.
Yeah, so
Okay.
even if we were to grant it to you, you could have issues with the DEA as well.
Okay.
So no action?
So move for no action.
Do we want to
No
take?
action or?
You could
de-
deny the
deny
request.
Deny the deviation request.
Make a motion to deny the request.
I don't know if
Could
we
we
want
table?
to, I don't know if we have the table or you can withdraw it and maybe pursue the Dropbox.
I'd like to, I'll withdraw and we'll pursue the Dropbox.
I
if
think
that's
that may
an
be
option.
better than
Okay.
denying the
Thank you.
situation.
I agree. I don't want to deny it if we don't have to.
All right, thank you for your
Appreciate you
consideration.
hearing before us.
Yep,
Thanks,
thank
Mr.
you.
Rust.
Let's go to 29F. Discussion action and discussion consideration and possible action regarding deviation requests made by Albertson Centralville Pharmacy. Good morning, Mr. Geddes. Mike, please. Mike.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rob Geddes. I'm the Director of Pharmacy Legislative and Regulatory Affairs for Albertsons, and happy to be here today with you.
Mr. Geddes, if you could tell us a little bit about your request today.
Sure. I did submit, if you had a chance to look at the materials we submitted in advance of the meeting, I did submit an outline summary of what this program would look like. But in high level summary of that, Albertsons is currently in the process of building out a new central fill facility here in Phoenix that will service the stores here to begin in the state of Arizona, and then has plans to continue to get licensed in additional states where we will service additional stores outside of the state of Arizona. So the deviation that we have submitted for you today is related to deviating from the requirement in Arizona to verify each individual prescription that is filled via the route of robotic automation. And so the way that we're looking at this and the way that we've used this in other facilities, and my understanding is other pharmacies have leveraged the similar technology in the state, is that the pharmacist would review the canister of medication that is being loaded into the automation prior to it being loaded into the automated robotic device. And by verifying that the accuracy of these machines are so high that any medications that are filled from that canister through the dispenser is then considered to be verified, and the individual that's responsible for that verification is the one who did the verification originally of the canister prior to it being entered into the machine. So this is leveraged today in our facility in Ridgefield, Washington. We've started using this process at the beginning of this year, and so far with the checks and balances that are in place with barcode scanning, pharmacist verification in advance of it being loaded, and then also our ongoing routine quality assurance that we do to verify manually some of the medications that are coming out of those machines has proven to be 100% accurate to this point. So we're confident that as we finish building out this facility in the state of Arizona, that we'll be able to leverage this safely as a advancement in technology that helps us serve both the pharmacies that we service as well as those patients that are then serviced by the ultimate dispensing pharmacy. So we're happy for your consideration, and I can go into more detail if you have additional questions on this.
Thank you, Mr. Geddes. Board members' questions?
Yeah.
We've already approved a similar deviation, I believe.
We have, Madam
Yeah.
Chair.
3 or 4. I think. That's for my.
Yeah, I don't know how
I'm in
many, but
support
I
of
know.
this. I mean, the accuracy is higher. It's safer for patients, so I don't see why we would be against it.
And I always ask the question, does it fit our definition of deviation? And this is technology, so, and we have historically approved a model like this.
So you make
Maybe
it
it's something we should think about putting in rule.
I
Past
was
time
I
for-
was thinking the same exact thing. There's some language in other states that I think we could look at considering so that we don't have to continue to do deviations for it.
I agree. So this is my motion to approve the request.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you for being present.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate the consideration.
Good luck on your new pharmacy.
Thank you.
All right, 29G, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Jacob Doan's request for reconsideration of the terms of his interim consent or agreement. Is Mr. Doan present?
Hello, I'm here.
Good morning. If you could please introduce yourself.
My name is Jacob Doan, and I'm a pharmacy technician.
Welcome to you. If you could please give us a little bit about your request today. What are you asking for?
So I have a statement I prepared.
Go ahead.
My name is Jacob Doan. I received my pharmacy tech license through the East Valley Institute of Technology, which I completed during my senior year of high school. I graduated in 2023, and Amazon Pharmacy was my first job in this field. I just turned 20 years old as of this month. I had previously agreed to undergo a substance abuse evaluation due to being under the influence of alcohol in the Amazon Pharmacy warehouse during working hours. I've contacted the 2 recommended providers, and the cost being asked was from $1,000 to $1,500. I assumed there would be some cost for the evaluation, but I really didn't think it would be so high. I checked with other organizations that I thought would offer a similar evaluation or service, and none that I contacted were helpful. If there are other options that the board would consider that aren't so cost prohibitive, I would appreciate that consideration. If I could serve a suspension and probationary period upon getting my license back, I think that would be in line with my budget, more in line with my budget. Pharmacy technicians don't make a lot of money, and I've been earning even less since being fired. I'm learning more and more about what it takes, what it means to hold a license in a regulated industry, and the added responsibilities and the expectations that a license of this nature requires. I know what I did was wrong. I regret my actions, and I have learned the hard way that the consequences for my mistakes can be very harsh. I liked working for Amazon. I was proud that I was actually working in a field for which I had gained an education and certification. I want a career in healthcare, and I know that means I have to be more aware of the choices I make. I should have called in sick the morning after I drank. I appreciate you taking the time to listen, and I hope that some arrangement can be made that is within my very limited budget. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Doan. Board members, questions?
What options do we have? I thought that maybe there was some type of organizations that we had that possibly had a lesser cost option. Are we aware of any?
We have some time ago leveraged some facilities that in a situation like this, we have worked with other centers that can assist these individuals.
Well, I would be in favor in making those options available to him, if that's possible.
Ms. Galvin, Mr. Hargraves, is that, knowing that we have a state partnership, is that an option?
In other situations where this has been permissible, the respondent or licensee has come before the board and asked permission to seek an alternative. And if we work with Mr. Dunn to have him sort out or sort through some of those options and then come back to the board. The board could delegate to the executive director to approve, an alternative organization to conduct the evaluation at the request of the respondent.
Would he need to seek it out? Is that what you said? Or the board could work with him?
The board could provide him a list of entities that have worked with other individuals in the past and let him determine if one of those entities can meet his needs and then ask the executive director for permission to proceed that way.
But those would be state approved providers.
Not necessarily, not necessarily those that we have on an alternative list. But it would be coming at the request of the respondent rather than an order of the board requiring them to be evaluated by one of the other two organizations.
Madam Chair, maybe best, let me research a little bit, because I also know the state is looking into opening this up so that there's more options. And I don't know when the expiration date of the current relationship or contract we have with the vendors expires. So if it expires and there's not a renewal, that may open up opportunity to help individuals like Mr. Dunn.
So if we were to table this today to allow you the opportunity to continue to work with him, what does that mean for him?
Sorry, Ms. Gillivan, what is his license status right now?
He's currently suspended. He entered into an interim consent agreement.
So it would be a status quo until we find a solution.
Actually, Director Gandhi, I have that agreement pulled up and it does state that you shall undergo substance abuse use evaluation with one of the providers listed below or another psychologist pre-approved by board staff. So there is already flexibility built into the agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves.
So then today we can take the action of no action.
No
Or
action and
table.
direct me to work with the individual to make sure he gets what the intent of the board is.
I'll make that my motion to table this matter.
And allow Dr. Gandhi to work with them.
And to allow Dr. Gandhi to work with Mr. Dunn.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, thank you for being present, and board staff will reach out to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
It was my understanding that the reason the substance abuse evaluation was me being under the drinking age. Can I ask what recommendation would have been if I was 21?
I will have the staff discuss this with you after the meeting. So when they reach out to you, they can answer any questions that you have at that time.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye.
29H, discussion, consideration and possible action regarding a deviation, regarding a request made by the Institute for Liver Health. Good morning, Ms. Trujillo.
Good morning, Madam President, board members.
If you could please introduce yourselves for the record, both of you.
Susan Trujillo from Quarles and Brady, representing Institute for Liver Health LLC.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. I'm Anita Coley. I'm an infectious disease.
Turn on your mic, please.
Hi, good morning. I'm Anita Coley. I am a physician, infectious disease trained. I am the CEO of Arizona Liver Health.
And we also have my colleague Brenda Maloney Schaefer, who's online, and we'll chime in if needed.
All right.
I think.
Hello, I'm here.
If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Brenda Maloney Schaefer with Quarles and Brady, also on behalf of Arizona Liver.
Thank you. Would one of you like to please explain your request today?
Yes, thank you. So the Institute for Liver Health 2 LLC, which is also known as Arizona Liver Health, came to the board a few months ago when its pharmacy application was presented for board review. The board raised concerns with the physician ownership of the pharmacy under Arizona Statute 32-1930B. And at that time, Arizona Liver Health withdrew the application. So we've turned this morning to ask the board for a deviation from the prohibition on prescribers from receiving compensation directly or indirectly from a pharmacy. The deviation would support an innovative and experimental model that leverages 340B pharmacy revenue to directly support and expand a crucial program that is already supported and supervised by the Arizona Department of Health Services. Arizona Liver Health is one of the largest providers for viral hepatitis treatment in Arizona and the only dedicated outpatient hepatology clinic in the state. It plays a pivotal role in advancing public health, improving patient well-being, and reducing the burden on state resources. Their outreach and services save access a significant amount of money by improving patient health and reducing instances of hospitalization. In fact, for this program, DHS actually approached Arizona Liver about this arrangement, whereby Arizona Liver Health would be granted 340B program eligibility. This program has been wildly successful, but Arizona Liver Health had to contract with third-party pharmacies to dispense the drugs at significant cost. Instead of the 340B savings being used to more directly support and enhance patient care, a substantial amount is currently being diverted outside the clinic to pay third-party dispensing and third-party administrator fees. So by allowing Arizona Liver Health to have its own pharmacy, it would allow it to avoid having to incur those fees. The additional savings would save them an estimated $2.4 million a year, which would allow them to treat 800 to 1,000 more patients. And these programs and dollars would be very carefully monitored. Arizona Liver is required to provide to DHS monthly line item reports that account for how each dollar tied to this 340B savings are used. Any changes to cost allocations are subject to rigorous scrutiny and must be approved by DHS, ensuring transparency and accountability in the use of these 340B funds. The deviation will not lead to the activity that statute was meant to protect or to prevent, essentially the unnecessary prescribing to increase pharmacy and therefore prescriber revenues. While a small share of the revenue from the pharmacy is used to support or would be used to support the salary of prescribers at the clinic, the compensation is not based on the volume or value of the prescriptions written. Prescriber compensation is fixed, and the allocated percentage of pharmacy revenues used to cover the compensation is constant. In other words, the amount of pharmacy revenue used to cover compensation would be the same if a provider wrote 50 prescriptions or 500 prescriptions. They're no way incentivized to write unnecessary prescriptions or provide unnecessary services. And in fact, only about 20% of the appointments that the provider has even result in a prescription. Furthermore, again, the Arizona Department of Health Services has already approved this arrangement and will maintain close oversight over the program via those monthly reports. So this is a unique experimental model that would allow Arizona Liver Health to leverage that 340B pricing to provide additional services to Arizona residents, some of whom are in critical rural areas. It would modernize pharmacy practice by allowing that on-site pharmacy to work directly with the providers and clinical staff, facilitating improved coordination of care. And DHS's constant supervision of the program means that there's almost no risk that the systems will be created to incentivize unnecessary prescribing, as that department will be watching every dollar. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Board members' questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So you have a contract pharmacy, right? So you use 60 of them, as I remember. So
we have we work with CVS, with Optum.
I mean, you have
and
multiple
Pickering.
of them. So
Correct.
you've been using 340B, like
Correct.
you've been utilizing this, right? So, and we still can, I believe you still can open an account and purchase medication directly to your facility without having a pharmacy using 340B pricing and give it to patients, like administer medication inside your facility.
My understanding was that because these are specialty drugs, that is not possible.
I mean, you can purchase it. You can. There is something I'm not the expert with, like how to buy and bill, but there is options. So when you can bill for those medications,
And-
I
and-
cannot discuss that. Yeah.
And the MOU that was attached to the deviation also requires Arizona Liver to work through a pharmacy. So this isn't something that can be dispensed directly by the practitioners at the.
Yeah, they can dispense anything. She can reach out to the medical board and they have the rules there. She can dispense.
Oh, certainly, like the,
Yeah.
the physicians can
Yeah.
dispense. I'm saying that the MOU that they have with the Department of Health Services that allows them to access the 340B program. This requires them to have a pharmacy.
I don't-
So
I mean, yeah, I mean, I hope I have like a letter from them that require them to have pharmacy. I don't think they're required to have pharmacy. That's my knowledge. I could be wrong. And as long, I don't know if you can show me like says you're required to have a pharmacy.
in the MOU,
Yeah, in MOU, they're required, and then this is we'd like to see, but they can use 340B drugs, I'm sure, because they have like fund 318 funds, correct? From that's was the name of the grant, 318, is that right?
I believe so. I think that's
Yeah,
correct,
it is 318 grants. So yeah, they are eligible for 340B pricing, but to my knowledge, unless somebody correct me, they don't have to have a pharmacy.
And I think part of the other problem too is that even if they don't have to have a pharmacy, in terms of being able to access those manufacturer programs, some of the manufacturers will only work through the pharmacies and not work directly with the
Not
practitioners.
always. They can provide 340B pricing directly to facility.
Yes, sir, they can, but they often do not. And that is part of the dilemma we are trying to solve for. The 340B program has changed with manufacturer actions and manufacturer restrictions. So we are still trying to access these funds using the program that's been outlined by HRSA and presented to us and blessed and closely scrutinized by Arizona Department of Health Services. So to state it differently, no, we cannot always get the drugs directly to the physician office. There are manufacturer restrictions, limited distribution drugs that we cannot fully access.
I agree with you because even like retail pharmacies, sometimes we have difficulty to access all specialty meds. It has to come from specialty pharmacy. So having them, I don't think if they can open a pharmacy because this is state rules there, but having a pharmacy in their facility, I don't think it will give them more access to those medications unless they have specialty pharmacy there.
We are opening a specialty pharmacy.
Yeah, so that's maybe give you more access, but this is like beside the rule in our state, like the conflict with our rules, and let us other board members to discuss that.
So I have a couple questions. You answered a lot of the questions I had about that compensation piece. One more thing as far as that goes, by being able to take the money and reinvest it into the program and save money on that side, that doesn't factor into the compensation then for the providers. It's still set as far as seeing the patient getting a certain amount of money, as was indicated by you already. Is that correct?
That is correct. These rules have been in place since the inception of this program, how we, the compensation of all providers. And if we are able to open this pharmacy, that model will not change at all.
I feel that this is a very different kind of practice than what we've seen before that we've not been in favor of because they're regulated by another government entity. They have the oversight, which in the past, what we've seen in these kinds of circumstances of provider-owned pharmacies, they don't really have the oversight or the checks and balances to prevent them from maybe overprescribing for things. These are going to be very limited drugs, very limited timeframes. The only people who can get them are the people enrolled in the program. Is that correct or not?
That is correct. And I will tell you, I oversee this program. I'm committed to its compliance. We are committed to the people of Arizona. This is like a passion for us and the practice. And so if, whatever we need to provide in order to prove that we do this properly, we will do so.
I know this is very different from what we've done in the past, but I feel that the situation personally is also very different from what we've seen in the past with the additional regulations and oversight. So those are just my thoughts.
I agree with you.
I like the concept, but I also have concerns about the Department of Health Services and how often they actually provide oversight in what they're doing. If I recall correctly, they don't do and let me put that in the form of a question to you. How often does the Department of Health Services come and review what you're doing? Do they do it on a regular basis? Do they do it ad hoc? Do they do it annually? What do they do?
No, great question. So we have seen their oversight really evolve over the last 2 years that we've been working with them. And we are obviously happy to provide anything. And so now they ask for our budgets for the upcoming years. In advance. We send them monthly reporting. They have sent additional requirements this past month about educational and any what they're considering marketing spending, although it's not really marketing, it's patient education spending, that they will approve as well in advance. And so we comply with all of that. We have not had any problems or concerns. I will tell you, when we started the program, we did seek, attorney counsel about how we are allowed to spend the dollars in compliance with federal regulations. So even prior to the state asking us for these components, we had already sought that advice and developed guidelines, and were able to give them what we were already doing. I'm not sure if other entities are doing, but I can tell you we are, and we haven't heard any negative feedback from them, except to ask for additional reporting, which we've been giving them.
Do they come out and inspect regularly or annually, or how do they do that?
So we, for our pharmacy component, they have not come to inspect that. I guess HRSA, I guess would be the ones that would inspect the 340B operations side, but we do an annual audit with a third party of our pharmacy component. The financial side, we're actually asking for a third-party audit as well, so that if we are ever to be audited, we would be in compliance. The state has not come yet, but they're welcome to. But I think, we understand this is becoming a large program, and one that we want to be wildly successful, and that we are proactive in seeking audits from external vendors, if the state, if they come or don't come. They may with time, I'm not sure yet.
If we approve this, our compliance officers would inspect. So we would have oversight as well.
But can we approve, like, it is like there is a rules 321930. Can we give deviation from the state rules?
This is incredibly complex. I think we need
Yeah.
to seek legal advice. I'd make a motion to seek legal advice.
I would second that. A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Welcome back, everybody. Go into additional discussion or questions.
Madam Chair, I just have a question for Ms. Schaefer on the line. Is Ms. Schaefer still on the line?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
So you mentioned earlier that you were not sure if DHS would allow physician operated site to be eligible for 340B. Have you ever reached out to them to get the confirmation from DHS?
It's in the MOU. It is a line item in the MOU that requires the clinic to contract with a pharmacy or establish a pharmacy. So it's already a program requirement.
I'll start more discussion, I guess. I agree with Ms. Lehan that this is different because of the regulation over it. I think that it's something that I would be interested in supporting.
I have a question. would it be possible for staff to work with DHS and other entities that are involved in that to be able to see if there is a mechanism that could be developed that wouldn't violate any of the existing rules to make this work?
Well, in my opinion, I think this, the nature of this request doesn't really fit the three definition of deviation request, which are modernization, technological advancement, and experimental. I mean, you can't really help us convince us that one of your requests actually fits one of these statutories.
Certainly. I mean, this is certainly a, new territory that we're breaking, ground here on. I mean, so this, I believe this is experimentation without a question, to allow this unique model where there, is, physician, indirect physician compensation, that would result from the pharmacy. So, I think, experimentation, is one of the potential options you can hang your hat on. And Board Member Thorwald, if it would give you any comfort, they would be happy to share the quarterly reports that they share with DHS with the Board of Pharmacy. When they, give those reports to DHS, they become matters of public record. So, if that would make the Board of Pharmacy more comfortable, they'd be happy to share those reports.
And just speaking to the program itself in terms of what I believe it to do in terms of modernizing medicine. The traditional models of care are ones that are clinic-based. They fail this patient population time and time again. What we do with this program, we have 10 outreach individuals who are generally people of lived experience with hepatitis C and the backgrounds that unfortunately led to their acquisition of this disease. They speak the language of these patients. They are in homeless encampments, needle exchange centers, drug rehab centers every single day, along with 7 vehicles in which they carry testing supplies. They've worked very well with our pharmacy team to ensure patients actually get their medicines and receive treatment. I can tell you that we have been the largest treater of hepatitis C in the state of Arizona for many years. And when we looked back at our data, we were actually curing about 10 to 20 patients a month, right, prior to the 340B program, and what we were able to do with those dollars and innovate and modernize healthcare. Since we have received these dollars and we are able to supplement case management, outreach to patients, really build a team of people that patients can relate to. We have now been able to cure 5 times as many patients as we did before every month, and that number continues to grow. Right, we were at the very inception of this program. It has been an unbelievable success for patients, and just changes everything we do. We just had a conference. We called it our Doing It in the Desert conference, where we had people who were involved in this space, healthcare providers, meaning licensed providers, ancillary staff, and some came from all over the country to learn about what we're doing and also to share their stories. And I can tell you what we do is the most innovative of any story that was told that day. Not to toot our own horn, but really, it is gaining recognition. And we'd like to continue to expand that for Arizona.
So what's the percentage of uninsured patient at your facility?
The percent of uninsured is about 5%. We are trying to grow that number of uninsured patients. To do that, what we really need to understand is how is the rules around 340B dollar spending, how much of it we can use to pay for labs, to pay for drugs, and build a budget to do so. And so we're working with our legal counsel to be able to understand how to use these federal dollars appropriately in those settings. But it is something that we're working on actively to expand. The other thing is Medicaid patients. So about 85% of our patients that are treated through this program are Medicaid patients for whom we receive no benefit from prescribing drug, right? So it's commercial payers in the state of Arizona from which we actually get this 340 benefit when we prescribe drug. But the vast majority of our patients are actually Medicaid patients.
So for those uninsured patients,
Mhm.
like under poverty population, what do you do to help those people? Like based on, do you have policy, procedure, sliding scale
absolutely.
fee? If you can just talk more about it,
Yeah,
please.
absolutely. So we do have we have negotiated reduced rate lab fees from Sonora Quest and LabCorp for all of our patients. But specifically with this group in mind, when, to initiate any treatment, some testing does need to be done. So we get reduced rate testing, and we use we use $340 to offset the cost of that testing for people who are below certain poverty levels. We have like a written procedure that's consistent with most FQHCs and how they function. The drug itself in those settings is generally covered by patient assistance programs. So we gather all the data, all the information that's necessary for patients to get those drugs covered. Right now, what we're experimenting and trying to understand is when patients don't qualify for patient assistance programs, how much of this money should we or can we use to pay for drugs for those patients? You can imagine if you have a very large uninsured patient population, you can bankrupt this program pretty quickly by paying for $64,000 of Hep C treatment for someone. And so we're developing that internally. And trying to understand how do you use these resources with your biggest bang for your buck to treat the largest number of patients.
I have another question. So since through this, you wouldn't be additionally compensated, and I can understand the need of wanting to have it a little bit closer to the program, a pharmacy that's closer to the program. Through the MOU or whatnot, is there any requirement though that you have to be the owner of it to have it closer to the program directly instead of having to field it out through other specialty pharmacies?
I'm sorry, is there a requirement or?
Yeah, as far as
the issue is as the owner of the practice, right? I ultimately would own the internal pharmacy, and I imagine that's really the problem. But if I'd have to ask someone else to open a different pharmacy for us, right, and have them own it instead and send them all of our business. That's a little complicated.
Right. The whole goal here is to be able to pull this pharmacy in-house so they can use that money to then further support the clinic. As I said earlier, right now there's $2.4 million that they would be able to keep and plow back into this program if they had a pharmacy themselves, if this organization had the pharmacy.
When you talk about plowing that money back in, what is the money going to be used for?
For continued expansion of our outreach
Yeah,
program.
but more specifically, will it be used for salaries? Will it be used for clinical care? What's it going to be used for?
Yeah, great question. So the largest line item for our outreach program is our salaries. We actually run at a very low overhead. We run out of mostly RAVs and little RAV SUVs, and now we have 2 vans that we've gotten. And the goal with those is to head out more into rural areas, Kingman, Yuma, northern Arizona, to expand care, not just in the Phoenix metro area. Right now we're in the Tucson area, Phoenix and Flagstaff are our main hubs. And now we're going out into more rural areas. So we will continue to expand it's mainly payroll. And the bulk of the payroll is for non-provider staff. It is mainly, again, case managers, caseworkers. These are people who are out in the field every day testing and treating, linking patients to telemedicine to see a provider. The provider care actually, it's such a small proportion of what it takes to get these patients through care. They have a billion other life issues, and Hep C or STIs are not their primary problem, and which is why they generally don't get care. So it's just a lot of case management. Yes, we will pay for additional, labs for patients. We'll see what the drug cost needs are and what we can absorb into this program as well. But our goal is to treat every patient that we can in the most cost-effective way possible.
Thank you. So how many facilities you have now? Buildings.
Yeah. So there's 2 components to this. We have our main clinical practice, which is 4 clinical locations: Tucson, Chandler, Peoria, and Flagstaff.
Okay.
So these offices see patients in a traditional way, right? You come to the office, you see you treat patients with Hep C, standard medical care. But The bulk of our Hep C patients, actually, we find through our outreach programs, these patients do not come to clinic. They're often traumatized by their previous experiences with healthcare institutions. They don't have transportation. They are homeless. They are on drugs. And so they're not going to come to our clinics. So we go to them, and 70% of the Hep C treatment that we find are through our outreach patient workers that are actually out in all kinds of communities diagnosing, doing televisits back to providers in clinic where we write the drug. Our pharmacy right now works with, we work with our specialty pharmacy either to get the drug delivered to them or to our office. And then we have a management plan by our pharmacist to get the drug to the patients and deliver it ourselves if we need to.
And before 340B plan, like you granted, how many buildings you've had?
Same thing. Same. Oh, the only, I like the, after 340B, we did open our Flagstaff office. That was already in the works as a standard hepatology office. Our outreach program for hepatitis C did not exist. We couldn't afford to do something like this. Traditional healthcare will not pay for anything of the sort.
I have a question. Have you ever explored the option of establishing contract with multiple pharmacy, specialty pharmacy?
We have that.
That's what we have now.
But the issue
So-
is we're estimated to pay this year $2.4 million in administrative fees to these third-party pharmacies. And instead of paying them, we would like to capture these dollars to expand this program in Arizona.
I have a question. Can you modify the MOU?
I think there's probably some things that we'd need to dig a little deeper. I do not believe that we as individuals can have 340B status in this way. I believe it is covered entities, and these covered entities are the institution that individuals cannot. But we did make some phone calls, and I don't believe that to be possible. But happy to look into it. And I don't believe that even if it was possible as individuals that access to specialty drugs would be possible with manufacturers. But again, we could look into it, but I don't believe it to be possible at all.
Can you do this in any way where of that 2.5 or 2, whatever amount of money it is, none of that is used for salaries?
Yes, we do not, it will not. So our compensation model is fixed, and it has nothing to do with the amount of dollars that come in to the program. So it is very clean. The providers, say they see 100 patients. If 10 of them fall into this 340B category of patients that we are covered for caring for, regardless of the number of prescriptions that are written, they could write 0 prescriptions. And if 13% of their patients are viral hepatitis, STIs, Hep B, that is the only portion of their salary that will be covered. It has nothing to do with whether we get this $2.4 million or not. That model doesn't change at all.
So the only reason I'm struggling with this is that we have denied previously sort of same requests. Personally, I don't see 340B is a reason to do exemption for this. They're already using it. This is my opinion, but we have denied similar requests previously.
Dr. Coley, I love what you're doing. I love the passion. I love the mission. But I'm with Kevin or Dr. Dang and Mr. Nassif. I don't think this meets the standard of a deviation request. I'm struggling with this model meeting our standards to have those 3 elements met, or one of those elements met. And for that reason, I'm leaning towards not approving the deviation request.
I'm struggling also to see how this meets the deviation requirements. Again, really respect what you're doing. Think you're providing some really wonderful services to Arizonans. However, the way that I think the spirit of the law with deviations is to look at how we advance pharmacy practice, right? So should we change rules? Should we change laws for the betterment? And what are we going to learn from this? We're talking about physician ownership of pharmacies. Is this something that all of a sudden that the board is going to support? If it is, then maybe this is then this is something we should consider. But to me, I don't really see that it fits any of the requirements, any of the reasons why we can deviate when I think about what what the purpose of a deviation is for. You look at the other deviation requests that just came before us. We're talking about the use of automation and things like that. And you heard that we're talking about, should we look at modifying our rules because we've approved this a number of times. To me, that's kind of the purpose of the deviation, is for us to learn, to allow something to kind of creep in a little bit and see if we can't learn from it. And I don't know that I think that this is something that I'm comfortable with right now that I could support.
Could I,
My opinion is that the physician owned with this type of regulatory structure over it would be the change, and that would be the crux of why it would be different. That's why I would be in support of it. And if we're really so concerned, maybe we could do it for 6 months, have them report back and see how things are going.
I just don't know how we would monitor the
Mhm.
flow of the money and all those kinds of things. That's not our board
Right.
staff's expertise. And
But we could get the reports from Arizona Department of Health to us.
I concur with Kristen. I think that if staff would work with the Department of Health Services and whoever else, whether nursing, whoever else, that we might be able to come up with a mechanism that would satisfy everybody to be able to make this work. Maybe we won't, but I think it would be worthwhile for that discussion to at least occur.
So my opinion on this is we have to stick to our rules that in regards to the deviation request, because if we're going to deviate from the rules, multiple other entities going to appear in front of the board and they can have their own definition of deviation requests. Where do we draw the line?
I don't see that as a bad thing if it's worthwhile and can provide additional services to the public. I think if boards never change, government never changes, nothing will ever get better for anybody. Just because we've done something the same way forever doesn't mean it's a good thing.
That's why we have this process to deviate, right? I agree.
Madam Chair, if I may, and I echo Jeff and your sentiments about this program and what it's supposed to do. But I think the question, I guess, for Kristen and Mr. Thorwald, Ms. Nair and Mr. Thorwald is, how does this fit our definition? There's a means that
It fits our
that's-
mission,
mission,
which is
but
providing
but the
safety.
statute allows you to deviate for three reasons, not just because of our mission, but those.
No,
three
I
reasons.
believe that it does deviate, the deviation request, because of the structure of how this program is run, with the regulation over the physician not getting direct remuneration, is what causes this to be a different and fit our definition for deviation.
And I agree with that.
Another thing that we should keep in mind is if we were to approve this, we are setting up a precedent for multiple other physicians to come in front of us and asking us for
But do
deviation.
they
of
have
cost.
the same
They
regulation?
could
Do they?
nowadays, more and more
Then we could
physicians,
consider that.
more and more physicians nowadays are opening up hospitals, clinics. And in those hospital or clinics, there are pharmacies in there. And at the end of the day, over the years, you can end up with multiple sites that are owned and operated by physicians that have pharmacies in there, and they may not hire pharmacy licensed staff to run their pharmacies.
But I feel like they would need to come to us and we would take it on their merits
See,
and
that's-
say, why are we making this?
See, that's
choice or not?
that's the part where, that's why I think we should stick to the rule for the time being, which is the rule that we allow people to file for deviation requests, but they have to meet the 3 criteria.
one of the three.
One of the 3. Unfortunately, physician-owned or physician-operated pharmacies or facilities do not fall into one of these 3 criteria.
Couldn't you argue that this would be modernization of pharmacy practice because it's, trying to keep the patient and the treatment all in the same place to improve access to care for a group of patients that wouldn't otherwise get medication therapy?
No, obviously, I think that's a reasonable explanation, but I think the proper channel is we should discuss this at the rulemaking committee, and then it goes to the governor for final approval and all
It's
that,
in the
right?
statute, though. This is a law even.
Yeah.
Which we're able to deviate from laws as well, as long as it fits one of the 3 criteria. But this isn't even something that our board could look at considering changing. This is something that our legislature put in place.
But please keep in mind, Madam Chair, if I may, I mean, you got endocrinologists that treat certain medical condition, cardiologists that treat special conditions, right? And so now you're opening up the door to have these folks have pharmacies in their facilities. So every specialty has a certain medical condition they're treating.
But I think it's the structure that is why I support it.
Yeah, it could be a salary-based structure where no matter how many scripts they write, according to what Ms. Trujillo said, could be 500. Salary is a salary, regardless of the number.
But the money from the pharmacy is going to pay that salary
Let me
or a
ma-
portion thereof.
Let me make a suggestion that we postpone a decision on this. We ask staff to work with DHS and whoever else that we need to see if there is a reasonable mechanism that fits our existing rules and the state statutes that will allow these kinds of things to be able to move forward, to be more beneficial to the public and provide better services to the public. If we can do that and still stay within the existing statutes, what's the problem with that? I don't see one. All it is talking, trying to do something in a different way. Doesn't mean we'll come up with it, but I think we should direct staff to do that. Maybe DHS won't even talk to us. But that's my thoughts.
So I don't see a different way there. I mean, they're asking to open a pharmacy. They didn't like come up with something like different that would show the board they're going to reach out to some areas that nobody can reach. And they want to use this pharmacy to help this population. The whole request they ask that they want to open a pharmacy because there is a certain amount of money they're paying for the third party, and they want to get this money so they can help more people and population and expand. But the pharmacy itself they're asking for is just a pharmacy. It's not like a unique setting they're looking for. So then I will be very supportive of this idea. But they're asking for a specialty pharmacy.
If we were
Fine.
able to share with you our plans for growth and expansion into, I mean, we are already in deeply underserved areas, and I'm happy to provide additional information about our plans. I tell you, we go to places nobody goes. And we're happy to share more details about that and what is the access of care of those people currently and how we are changing that landscape and what what our next few years of plans are, because they are really nice.
Is there any reason why we could not ask staff to discuss this? Is there with DHS or with the governor's office or whomever, and just postpone any kind of decision?
From my perspective, I don't see the staff can add anything to it. I mean, we already have all information. We know that they're doing a great job, you know what I mean? And they're helping a lot of people who live with Hep C and other liver diseases. But, I mean, the only thing I'm struggling again, that we need to draw a line when we have those deviation requests, and we have denied previously, like many of those requests.
And I'm not saying we grant the deviation request. I'm simply saying we postpone it. Maybe we come back with some other mechanism other than a deviation request that may work. They have a different financial mechanism that's different than what we've seen before, that I think justifies these kinds of discussions, and that could be applied to other industry, other areas, whether it be heart, as Mr. Gandhi discussed earlier, or lung, or whatever. That doesn't make it bad. Let's talk about it and see if there's a way to harness these kinds of things for the betterment of the public.
Do I have thoughts on a motion at this point? Seems like we've got two distinct, different groups of opinion in the room. Thoughts on where we go?
I'll make a motion to deny the request. Let's see how it goes.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Braswell,
No.
Mr. Thorwald,
Nay.
Ms. Nair,
Nay.
Ms. Davis,
Nay.
Ms. Swansley,
Yes.
Ms. Lehan,
Nay.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Aye.
and Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Motion fails 5-4.
4-5 motion.
And that's the benefit of having a full board. Do I have an alternative motion?
I move that we table this to our next meeting and ask staff to open discussions with the Department of Health Services and whoever else is related to this to see if there is other mechanisms that could be used besides deviation, or if it fits in deviation, leaving nothing on the table that's not in discussion to see if these kinds of models would be beneficial to Arizona and could be moved forward.
Second.
Mr. Braswell? The motion and a second, any discussion?
Well, I am concerned about what Mr. Nassif stated, that may not be helpful in the interim, that we have all that we need in front of us today. I don't want to postpone it just for the sake of postponing when it may not get us somewhere. So that's my concern. I don't know if anybody else can speak to that.
Yeah, so that's my concern too. By postponing this, I don't see that our pharmacy board staff would have any guideline to work off of.
Well, what I see is that if you don't talk about it, you never will find anything. We can continue right now denying it forever, but if the simple discussion, look how much this discussion has progressed in the times that we've been having it, not only from the previous time, but now. Maybe that will be the case. And if it is, then we just deny it at the next meeting. But if it isn't, and a mechanism comes up, the only disadvantage to us is it's been postponed one meeting.
I think it's fine. I mean, it's not going to be harmful for anyone to have more discussion.
I think it would be fair to push back the responsibility to on their end as well. They need to do something in addition to putting responsibilities onto our board staff. Both sides have to do their due diligence and do more research on their
What are
end.
you asking?
I agree with you completely.
Because I heard from their side that they're not even sure if DHS would allow this, allow that. There's so many speculations. There's no definitive answer that, yes, I reached out to DHS and DHS came back and say, no, absolutely, that is not allowed.
And I think that discussion between our board and DHS will help facilitate those discussions with them to be able to see if that can happen.
But what kind of discussion? That's I mean, what kind of discussion? That we all know they have a mission to help certain population, and we never deny that, and we support that 100%. And we know they also supported by Department of Health. They already got the 340B eligibility through them. I mean, we know they reach out to people in need. We all know that. So the only problem here is are we going to approve deviation from these rules or not? Especially we have denied many applications before. I mean, my perspective, I don't think Department of Health will give us any information that we're not aware of. You know, so the only area we're disputing is the deviation from the rules.
Right.
Madam Chair, if I may. Obviously, we have a MOU that's restrictive. We could look into that. I have some contacts at Access that manage 340B. I can inquire with that what the options are. So I don't mind taking on this task a little bit until next board meeting and come back with some answers.
So you can like do some work, but not reaching to Department of Health, right? Just
Yeah,
like-
I think I can, I'll take on that challenge. I mean, I think the conversation's going in circles right now where I think it needs to
So-
kind of let's just make a decision.
So I make this my motion.
I think Mr. Norwald already made the motion.
I just have one real quick question. So as far as how this deviation is written and whatnot, you're not expecting to expand out beyond this small scope of what you're doing. Like if that pharmacy was granted to you through this program, it would stay within this.
Within the MOU and is what is consistent even with our clinical practice, it is for viral hepatitis care. So B and C, STI care, so chlamydia, gonorrhea, and syphilis. Our main focus is hepatitis C because of who we are and really the call nationally for the elimination of hepatitis C. So while we're able to do some of these other things, we really focus heavily, in PrEP as well, HIV prevention. We focus heavily on Hep C because of the real national need and data behind the necessity for this and the incredible drugs that are available that are being not utilized and real very poor outcomes in patients, particularly in the state of Arizona with hepatitis C care. We are committed to, if this can work in some way, to work with you all to make it comfortable with the idea that we would not abuse these funds, compensate providers. I mean, we even talked about, if you want to take the providers out of this pool, we'll pay no one with these dollars because the bulk of the dollars are not even for providers, quite frankly. It's for outreach staff that are out there in the communities. And so, I think there is some modernization of these rules that is required, right? If I were not a physician, I could run this program. If I were a business person, if I were an administrator, it's just the fact that I went to school and, became a doctor that prohibits us from doing this, which is unfortunate. So, I think and there are other organizations that are run by non-physicians that are doing this, that are doing it successfully. It's just, we are very limited because of just the degree, but it's unfortunate. And if there are things that we can do to modernize this process, right, and to make sure that you guys are comfortable with the idea that we're not taking compensation, it just seems unfortunate that's the sticking point, right?
Thank you.
Anyway.
So I have a motion and a second to table it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I know I have a request for a restroom break, but we also have somebody from DHS with us that I think has a time constraint.
That is correct, Madam Chair. And I think it's a brief discussion. It's going to be an ask of the board.
Okay, if we'll
with a
go
little
ahead and
story.
take that. We'll move to item 30A 8. Dr. Gunn, if you want to go ahead and kick it off.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Before you is a member from DHS, Dr. Lisa Villarreal. She's been talking to the governor's office regarding self-administered oral contraceptives. And over the last week or so, there's been some challenges that have been presented to them. And we've engaged some discussion about some solutions and so forth. But as we discuss some more, how do we get to the end of the road is I think where we're sitting at right now. So I'll let Lisa, Dr. Villarreal take over.
Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair, for having me. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Villarreal. I'm the Chief Medical Officer for Public Health at the Arizona Department of Health Services. We partner with the Board of Pharmacy regularly, and so we're really appreciative that they let us join your meeting. I'm here to touch on two topics. The first is on the contraceptive standing order from July 2023, and the second is on Depo-Provera administration by pharmacists. I'm not a pharmacist, so feel free to school me on anything or everything. Topic 1 is on the contraceptive standing order. So this order was signed and publicized by ADHS and the governor's office in July 2023. It was issued pursuant to ARS 32-1979.01, which allows pharmacists practicing in the state of Arizona and licensed by the Board of Pharmacy to dispense a self-administered hormonal contraceptive to a patient who is at least 18 years of age without any other patient-specific prescription drug order. There is one significant downfall or oversight, I would say, of the rules and statutes is that it did not specify a need for any kind of reporting requirement like they do in every other state where such an order is in place. And so we do not know at the health department in which pharmacy, what pharmacist, in what location, for what patients are receiving what product potentially under that standing order. That said, anecdotally, we hear that uptake of this, or implementation, I would say, of the standing order is quite low, and we're trying to understand why. Is it because the process is onerous to pharmacists? Is it because pharmacists aren't getting reimbursed for when they provide when they go through the algorithm for the standing order? All these are valid reasons, but we want to understand why, because we want the uptake of this standing order to increase, as reducing barriers to birth control is a population approach to reproductive health. So my question on this topic is, one, does anyone have any early thoughts that they'd like to share about how we could increase the uptake of this contraceptive standing order? And then two, if ADHS is going to convene, well, ADHS is convening a group next week to discuss this further. Would there be interest in anyone else joining?
I'm very supportive of us working with DHS for them to hold a stakeholder meeting. I think we can help to facilitate the meeting, not us be the host, but get the right people in the room to participate. And I'm happy to participate on behalf of the board.
Great, thank you.
Would this require maybe a rule change where, just to clarify some of the things that were mentioned here?
I think what you're trying to do, if I'm understanding you correctly, is to understand the barriers to implementation. And then once we understand what those barriers are, maybe there's something for us to do, maybe there isn't. Maybe there's other work that needs to happen.
I was thinking about the reporting piece.
I mean, as a community pharmacist, the reimbursement piece is a real issue, I think, for a lot of organizations. And I think my gut tells me that that's what you're going to hear. Ms. Fine is in the room. She can probably speak to it as well. I hope that she would be willing to participate in that group. But I think, unfortunately, reimbursement is probably going to be the key piece. And how do pharmacies get reimbursed for those services? I don't know that there's great mechanisms that exist today.
And also, like, hearing the feedback from a pharmacist and community, also the questionnaire and the process of providing this birth controls to help our citizen is long process. So you add to the stress in our field, you add this part of it, so it's not really visible at this time.
Well, especially if there isn't a mechanism for the pharmacy to get paid to add additional staffing to do that too.
Correct, I agree.
Dr. Gandhi, do you need a motion?
I think just an acknowledgement from the board. I don't know if this necessarily needs to be a motion, but if you're comfortable as a unit, allowing me to work with Dr. Villarreal to form a think tank, I guess, per se.
I certainly think it would benefit Arizona.
Absolutely.
Just so there's not a quorum of the board there.
Okay.
So noted. I see his wheels turning. Anything else on that portion? I know you said you had one other issue you'd like to address with us too.
Okay,
go ahead.
Yes, topic 2 on Depo-Provera administration by pharmacists. So this idea was brought up recently, and it's again around reducing barriers to birth control here in our state. Depo-Provera is not included in the standing order because it is not self-administered. But the question is, would pharmacists here in the state be interested in administering Depo-Provera under some kind of state or regional standing order? I believe it is within the pharmacist scope under the Pharmacist Practice Act. But is the answer to this question kind of the same as what we're going to be discussing next week? Or is there a separate point on this?
I just like to add one thing about Depo-Provera sub-Q. I'm talking about sub-Q. I have seen it in community given to patients from outside pharmacy to take it and self-administer. So I have seen it, you know what I mean? Like not very common. I have seen it, you know what I mean? So it's not because the FDA says this is for practitioner administration, but I have seen it, right? So PPM allow it. So I don't think this is going to be an issue for pharmacists, absolutely, to administer it. I will be like, we're doing vaccines already, but again, we're adding more to.
Right.
My personal opinion is I think if it's possible, I'd like to add that to your agenda when you get the stakeholder group together. I think that there could be some learnings that perhaps occur. Maybe there is something that we need to look at changing. I know we had originally had a substantive policy, which I don't think we've ever come back to, around medication administration and how that works in a pharmacy. And perhaps there's opportunities for us to learn about that and other things more broadly. I mean, there's a number of psychiatric agents that could benefit the public if pharmacists were to administer those, et cetera. So I think that there's some good learnings that we could get.
I'm still not clear. The question about reporting the access and usage of this program to Department of Health. Are we going to put that on our rule agenda for a change?
Generally, when you get involved with reporting, it would be a statutory requirement, not necessarily a rule requirement. So it would probably take legislative intervention.
With the standing order, when it's billed out under, because typically those standing orders are under your name, do you get any visibility of those prescriptions that are coming out under your name to recognize they're under the standing order?
I mean, there's several under my name. I do get the naloxone, it does come my way. I've had standing orders for testing for COVID. Those positive results often come back to me. But on this, nothing is coming back to me.
Yeah, there's no mechanism to collect that data today.
So thank you very much. Just like to say thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I really appreciate you coming in for the collaboration with our board. You're a great partner, so appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. We don't have a ton left on our agenda, so I'm going to be controversial. And how does everybody feel? Do we want to take a lunch or not take a lunch? I know we need at least a restroom break, but I would guess we probably have less than an hour.
I don't.
Huh? I know I'm probably jinxing us.
Yeah, you may be, but I think 10-minute bio.
Do you want to take a
And then-
10-minute bio break and let's keep going?
I think we can hammer it out, Madam Chair.
Welcome back, everybody. Dr. Gandhi, go ahead and do a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Braswell.
Here.
Mr. Thorwald.
Here.
Ms. Nair.
Here.
Ms. Davis.
Here.
Ms. Walmsley.
Here.
Ms. Lehan.
Present.
Mr. Dang.
Present.
Mr. Al Nassif.
Here.
Mr. Anderson.
Here.
All present, Madam Chair.
Terrific. Let's go back to 11B. Not sure Beth Hardy is present, but I do think that there's one piece that we need to make sure that we address today. 11B is Sarah Porian. Is Ms. Porian present?
She's not online.
Thank you, Ms. Countavong.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
Ms. Gilnavong did reach out to her and she hasn't yesterday and she hasn't responded up to this point, so.
So I personally have some questions for her, but I do believe, and Ms. Countavong, please correct me if I'm wrong, that at the very least, we need to approve the interim order for suspension.
That's correct.
Isn't there a voluntary surrender?
No.
No, what you have in your book is an interim consent agreement for suspension of her license that she has signed, but the board has not yet accepted.
So we would need a motion to accept that consent agreement for interim suspension and then invite her to come to our next meeting.
I would make that my motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Would you
Dr.
like
Gandhi?
would you like us to subpoena her?
Yes, please.
I would amend my motion to include a subpoena.
And amend my second for that as well.
Okay, Mr. Braswell.
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald.
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley.
Aye.
Ms. Lehan.
Aye.
Mr. Dang.
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif.
Aye.
And Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Next up, item 12A, Accord Healthcare, Inc.
I'm present.
If you could please introduce yourself for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Hemangi Gaitonde. I'm the Director for Customer Relations for Accord.
Welcome and thank you for being present. Ms. Bolts, if you could please give us a brief summary.
Accord Healthcare, Inc. applied to relocate their non-resident virtual manufacturer permit on October 30th, 2023. This virtual manufacturer has relocated to the same facility and suite number where another non-resident virtual manufacturer, Accord Biopharma, Inc., is already permitted. The 26,846 square foot office space serves as the corporate headquarters for Accord Healthcare, Inc., Accord Biopharma, Inc., and Essential Pharmaceuticals. When I wrote the summary, Essential hadn't submitted a non-resident relocation, but they have since submitted that on April 3rd. So as of now, the board doesn't have explicit language regarding this matter. Therefore, the relocation is before the board for consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Bolts. Is there anything you would like to add from Accord Health?
Yes, ma'am. So Accord Healthcare Incorporated is the parent company for both Accord Biopharma as well as Essential Pharmaceuticals. We are a virtual, Accord Healthcare and Accord Biopharma are virtual manufacturers. We just share the same address. Accord Healthcare is a generic product manufacturer. Accord Biopharma is a brand product manufacturer. Essential Pharmaceuticals is a device virtual manufacturer. So that is the scenario for these three entities.
Thank you for that. Board members' questions?
I have a question. It states in our board book that Essential has not yet submitted a non-resident relocation application. Is that something you intend to do, or will you not be shipping?
I think we have submitted that
Sorry,
application.
my mistake.
They just submitted it on April 3rd.
Thank you.
Hi, my question is, since you're a virtual manufacturer, you don't store or house any medications at the facility that shares the same office space with the other two businesses, correct?
Correct, none whatsoever. We have
So
a
there's no-
3PL.
So there's no
contract.
chance of commingling of products.
No, there are no products at this facility whatsoever for any of the entities.
As we don't have any rules against this, I don't see any reason to deny it. So I would move to approve this relocation application.
I second.
I have a motion, I second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, thank you for being present.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's jump down to reports. Dr. Gandhi, you want to start with the rest of your tab at 30?
Certainly, Madam Chair. 30A1. We had a request from the governor's office for information on health professional disciplinary actions that boards are taking. This letter wasn't directed towards the Board of Pharmacy, but in general to all the health boards. And in your book, you'll see the report that we submitted and all the policy procedures, all the standardized processes that we're trying to create so that we have a more uniform way of making decisions around similar matters. So just informational. If you have questions, I'll be more than happy to answer it, but that was the report we submitted.
Board members, any questions? Dr. Gandhi, I think it was well done. You and I worked together early on with Mr. Anderson as well, but just very well done in your response to the governor's office.
Thank you. 30A2 is the Article 11 rules package that was discussed during our task force meeting. The reason why this was kind of brought forward before the other rules was we were in a 5-year rule review for Article 11. And so felt it was a good time to just hammer it out and deal with it. So it is in your book in a root format. It's not formatted. Once approved, we will restructure it to the way that GERC likes to see it and so forth. There might be some adjustments to it, but the intent of the language will remain as the task force members have recommended. So my ask is for the board to give me permission to move it forward.
Board members, any questions or discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, everything looked good to me, so I'll make a motion to allow this to be moved forward.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Next agenda item, Madam Chair, 30A3, our discussion possible actions on 2024 legislative session update. There were 5 bills when I drafted this report that the governor made a decision on. Number 1 is HB 2100 Administrative Completeness Review. That bill was vetoed by the governor's office. That bill essentially directed a state agency to include on their website a list of items needed for an application to be deemed administratively complete. And I think we meet the requirements already, so that wouldn't have hindered us too much, but it was vetoed. Next bill, House Bill 2113, Medical Assistance Scope of Practice. That was signed into law by the governor's office. It will require us to update our prescriptive authority form a little bit too, so that people are in the know that they have this enhancement in scope of practice. 30A33 HB 2245. That is also been signed by the governor's office, and that's narcotic drug fentanyl sentencing, imposes enhanced sentencing ranges for certain existing narcotic drug offenses involving the sale of fentanyl to another person in an amount of at least $1,000. I mean, that's still a high dollar amount that obviously if they wanted to get aggressive, they should have maybe left that open-ended with any drug offenses, but it's a start to something more strict, I guess, so something has to be done regarding the substance use issues out there. Next agenda item is number 4 under that 38-3, SB 1021, scope of practice process repeal. And that's been, I think, discussed year after year, but it finally was signed by the governor's office. Repeals a requirement that state regulated health professions go through statutory sunrise review process for proposed scope of practice expansions. The reason why this is very critical is a lot of times when we engage in a discussion to enhance a practice, it usually dies really early before it even gets known that we're trying to pursue this opportunity, or other health boards pursuing this opportunity. It dies before it's even born, in essence. So, I think it's a good thing that this is no longer around, because at the end of the day, it's got to be presented to the full legislator anyways, right? So it should just work the normal process and have everybody have a word in a situation. Last one under that category is SB 1165, pharmacy audit procedure prohibition. Senate Bill 1165. That looks like it was signed by the governor. It's protecting pharmacies from unjust audits. As you guys have been made aware many times, that pharmacies get audited for reasons maybe not under law, but under contract by insurance companies. And there's always that fear that if we fill this and we missed the period or we didn't cross the T, that insurance groups will come in and take that money away for service that's provided and the patient benefited at the end of the day. And that was always a fear. So hopefully this will help protect those pharmacies going forward. Next agenda item 30A4. Just a friendly reminder that May 1st is around the corner and the annual controlled substance inventory needs to be performed. I think we have an internal policy that allows board staff to deviate plus or minus a week, or we'll approve if somebody wants to do it because they're closed on that day or whatever reason it is. Anything outside the plus or minus a week will come before the board to approve going forward.
So sorry, I have a question about this. Just for, so if a pharmacy closed 2 days before May 1st, they can do it like 2 days before the May 1st.
2 days
and
before, 2
May
days
1st.
after, plus or minus.
And they don't need to go before the board.
No, if it's within that 1 week window.
Okay, just do it.
Then we will triage it behind the scenes. Anything beyond the 1 week, then it will be a board approval.
Thank you.
And I think the way we're managing it, correct me if I'm wrong, Jennifer, is we may approve it, but then ratify it by the board, or is it an appearance? I don't recall.
Correct. So anything within a week should be communicated to the compliance officer for that facility. Anything over a week would be a board appearance.
The next agenda item is 30A5, prescription devices and communication to create more awareness. And this was driven by Mr. Thorwald. And you can see the letter in your board book. It was submitted to the boards and commissions, not boards and commissions, I apologize, but the appropriate agency that manages the licensure of businesses. And their process is a little different. So there was some learnings about their process. It's almost all automated and rubber stamped, unless something sticks out like a pure sore thumb. So it's really difficult to change their operation, but we're trying to highlight a few things on their application process that will bring light that you may need other licenses or permits. So it's your responsibility to do your homework before signing the bottom line. So we have engaged, and the individuals we've been discussing with seem to be interested in modifying some of that language on their website. But there's more work to be done, obviously. But this was the initial stage. Any questions? Mr. Thorwald, any questions? Matt?
I think it's great. It's great. We want to prevent issues, so that's great that we're working with them.
Next agenda item 30A6. There was a request made by a board member to engage in a discussion regarding medication errors related to harm versus no harm. I'm not sure if it was you, Dr. Dang, or Mr. Thorwald, but it was presented to be an agenda item in our past meeting. So I'm not sure who it was. It was one of those two characters I know, but I don't know who wants to jump in and pick up where I left off.
I believe it was Dr.
as-
Dang.
Yeah, I believe actually it was Dr. Tang and Dr. Anderson. They were talking about this.
I will throw Mr. Anderson in the pool too.
Yeah.
Some board member asked about it at one time at some point.
Yeah.
And we've had lots of discussions about Just Culture. So I think this is a good reminder and kind of what Just Culture is. We also have a new board member. So I think this is a good reminder on kind of how we should be looking at discipline.
I did put a presentation in your books to explain what it is. And I think it's got diagrams in there, what pathway follows Just Culture and what really doesn't apply to Just Culture. So I think it's good for a review for all the board members so that we can stay on track.
I have a question. How's the questionnaire coming?
It's coming along. It's don't worry, we'll get there. Any other comments? 30A7. In your board book, you'll see the final Auditor General 36-month follow-up. We did come a long way from our initial assessment by the Auditor General. A lot of things have been resolved. There's a few matters that cannot be resolved because of our database issue. Our hope is that we continue to look to upgrade our database. That's like very painful, I can tell you, at this moment. Hopefully we can get to the finish line with them, and some of these will fall into place as far as timeframes and tracking things and so forth. So some of these things will just work out if we get to the finish line with the database. 30A8, I think we just discussed that with DHS present. And Madam Chair, with that, that concludes my report.
Kim, just to go back on the auditor's report, I want to thank the staff for all the work that you've done. I know there has been an exhaustive amount of work behind the scenes and a lot of different follow-up meetings and et cetera to get us to this point. So thank you. I really appreciate the work.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Cannavale, let's move to your report.
Sure. So my first report is discussion, consideration, and possible action for proposed additions to substantive policy statement, SPS 2020-12, and this is in regards to ARS 32-1904B18B. And this has to do with the board providing or the board delegating the executive director the authority to take no action or dismiss a complaint that has insufficient evidence that a violation of statute or rule governing the practice of pharmacy has occurred. So back in February of 2023, the board approved 2 additional criteria that are used today. That is referring the case to another agency for investigation and the allegations being investigated but not substantiated by available evidence demonstrating that a violation of pharmacy law was not identified. These, again, are currently in use, and we would just like to formally memorialize those in the substantive policy statement. Secondly, in front of you is a proposal for an additional criteria to be added to the substantive policy statement, specifically that the allegations were previously investigated and adjudicated by the board.
Thank you, Ms. Cannavale. Any questions or do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to add the criteria to a substantive policy.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, so next is the compliance team activity report. The report is through February of this year. To start with inspections, the team has completed a total of 218 inspections, so already off to a very busy start in 2024. In those inspections, a total of 25 violations have been issued, mainly pertaining to controlled substances audit, counseling, expired drugs, hot and cold water, and mechanical counting devices and storage and counting devices. A total of 14 permits have been visited that did not pertain to inspection. And the team has completed 65 complaints, investigated 80, and completed 27 permit reviews. You'll see that we don't have any data for CE audits currently. We're in the process of revising our workflow for that to make it more efficient and hopefully save some more time for staff.
Any questions on that, board members? Thank you.
And finally, the licensing team activity report. This is in a little bit of a different format than you're used to seeing, but essentially the same information here. We have the number of licenses, registrations, and permits in the first kind of table in your report. That is through the end of March. A total of 1,795 licenses, permits, and registrations have been issued. In the table below, you'll see that 485 licenses, registrations, or permits have closed out. The third small table on this page is a single day snapshot of the number of pending applications that were in the queue. And on April 3rd, 2024, there were very few pending applications in the queue, really meaning that staff is staying on top of those quite well. You'll see there was a total of 14 pending applications. Of those pending applications, what you'll see in the fourth table on the first page of the report is the oldest pending application in the queue in business days. So the oldest application we had in the queue on April 3rd was just 2 days old, which is a very fast turnaround time. You go to the second page of the report, you'll see the number of in-progress applications, single day snapshot on April 3rd, 2024. The numbers here are a bit higher. These are the number of applications that are in progress because they're incomplete. And then going down to the last table on the second page, the April column lists the oldest in progress application by business days that was in that queue. So again, these are applications that are incomplete and awaiting more information to be determined administratively complete. That's all I have.
Thank
Unless
you,
there are any
Ms.
questions.
What I guess maybe one suggestion, is it possible for us to share this on the screen so the public can see this maybe at future meetings, the statistics? I think it's interesting. I know that I still occasionally get questions and refer those to staff around why is it taking so long for my license? It's really interesting to see the difference in time. I mean, the average processing time is 0.4 days for a complete application. That's pretty outstanding.
And to be clear, that is the average of the snapshot in February and the snapshot in April. So we're gathering a point in time, but for those 2 data points, yes, that is the average.
Yeah, and it's obviously much longer for incomplete applications, but I do think that there can be some benefit from the public seeing that information as long as there's no concern. But just feedback.
Thank you.
Anything further?
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Doug. The CSPMP report.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Often whenever I come before you, I'm talking about data, enforcement, compliance, because those are all part of my role within the PMP. The fun part of my job is the collaborations. And those collaborations aren't limited to any one entity. The collaborations are with pharmacists, with physicians, with the associations, with Department of Health, with licensing boards. And that really is the fun piece of the job. Today, I just wanted to hit on a couple pieces of collaboration that we had over since our last board meeting. And this is just a drop in the bucket of what we do as far as working with other entities that the PMP affects. And back in February, the staff received an invitation to present at a national conference for licensing board investigators. I didn't really know what I was in store for. I know the relationships I have with my licensing boards within Arizona, but I didn't realize that there was going to be more than just Arizona, and there'd be licensing board investigators from around the country. So at the last minute, I got all these nice visuals about the Arizona CSPMP, and we had to adapt a little bit because I had people from Ohio and Delaware and New Jersey, but the fun piece of it was we got to share a little bit about the reports that we have within the PMP, and whether you're Arizona or Ohio, you have these same type of reports. And what we were able to do is educate the other licensing boards on how to utilize the PMP the best way possible for their use within their own board. And that's really it. It was a fun afternoon. DEA was there. They presented. Aaron, who I brought before you, was there presenting. And those are the meaningful partnerships. And just wanted to share a little bit about that. That kind of led into the second piece of what I have in your board book, which was a collaborative meeting with our own licensing boards. And it was kind of a byproduct of presenting back in February. And when we report to the other licensing boards that a prescriber may be non-compliant with the use of checking the PMP, what sometimes happens is that they are non-compliant, but they may be hospice care. Hospice care has exemptions to checking the PMP. Now and we let the other license boards understand that this is not something we're checking, because when you register for the PMP as a physician, you self-report your specialty. We don't validate that. That is a self-reported specialty. So anybody could say there's hospice. That's not really our role to get into the middle of. But what we do is we say, here's prescribers that had a bunch of prescriptions with 0 queries to the PMP. You guys may want to look into this a little bit. And when I know that some of these situations potentially are going to happen over and over again, because we do this monthly, I know that certain names are going to populate a report over and over every month. And the licensing board may have already done their due diligence, just like you guys would have, and said, hey, wait, this is hospice care. There's nothing wrong. So what we've worked on is better communication from us to the licensing board back to us, so that we don't feed the same names that may be potentially non-compliant with the statute. Yes, they're not checking the PMP, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're breaking the law. So that's really it. I wanted to be short today, but I wanted you guys to know that the energy that we put into the collaboration within the state is truthfully the most rewarding piece of the job and the most important piece. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Scavarla. I appreciate it. Board members, any questions or comments? Thank you. Let's go to discussions for items to be placed on a future meeting agenda. Does anybody have anything? Yes, Kristen.
I would like to propose that we discuss, or at least agendize an after meeting dinner with the board as a team building
initiative and just get to know each other as well. But I know we have to put it on the agenda.
We do have a process to structure that, and I think we've done it maybe once or twice. But then, yeah, it's an agenda item and notices. But I think we can make that happen.
And maybe I should correct myself. Board member, staff, compliance officers.
I second.
I wasn't trying to be
Yeah,
exclusive.
it's that part's difficult because obviously the public can join, right? We don't have to let them sit with us, but they can join.
We have let members of the public sit
We've
with us
had, I'm
before.
just, yeah.
It's not a meeting.
No, it's not
Yeah, it's a notice that you'll be gathering, but no business will be,
conducted.
yeah,
Correct.
so.
We can talk about that, how we can agendize it appropriately.
I agree. I think it'd be great. We have a lot of new people and it'd be great to get to know each other a little bit outside of the boardroom.
Certainly.
Go ahead.
There's some pharmaceutical manufacturers here in the Phoenix metro area research facilities. Would the board be interested in going and taking a look at some of these, one of these facilities? When I was on another board, I went through one of them. I thought it was quite fascinating. It was almost totally automated, like you would a fabrication for chip manufacturing. It was very interesting in how the whole process worked. Because I think I could still arrange something like that if the board was interested in that.
I've offered a similar type of offer for a mail order pharmacy tour as well. So waiting to hear back on that.
I would say let's let Dr. Gandhi explore if that's an option and see who would be interested in doing it.
I certainly would be interested in going to a facility too. Second thing, I would think the board should have some kind of video on the website that talks about what the board is doing. And there's technology out there right now. I have it on one of my AI programs. You can just write in what you want, tell it to create an animated individual that looks like a human talking about what you're doing, and it takes 5 minutes, and I've got a 30-second video. I mean, so the cost is not high for doing these kinds of things if you want to do it that way. But I think that would be good. The last one that I would suggest that it would be interesting to talk about. I've noticed that there are two groups that have trouble paying in this, and one we have no control over whatsoever, and that is the PAPA kinds of things where people are looking at that. And if there was some kind of payment plans that those kinds of facilities could work out, I think that would be helpful to some people. The other one is fees that the board charges, penalties, that type of thing, to individual pharmacists, technicians, and so forth. And I think we should consider a payment plan in-house to be able to do that. Whatever they pay is going to be better than if they can't pay at all. Because it's coming to the board. It's not like the board is putting out any money. I think those things should be items that should be considered.
Thank you, Mr. Thorold. I have one thing, and I think it's more for the rulemaking committee. In light of the discussion around the deviation today and the fact that we've approved numerous deviations around canister automation, verification, those kinds of things, I think that should be a topic that we look at in the rulemaking committee. I don't think we've gotten to that section yet, but just want to flag that out there. Because I know that that's one of the goals of the rulemaking committee or the task force is to kind of look at where we have deviations and if that is becoming more standard of practice, should we look at updating the rules to make them more modernized? So I think it kind of fits within that mission of the rulemaking group.
Also, I'd like to add one item to rulemaking group is, like now required for pharmacists to sign like a log when they enter the pharmacy. I believe now with technology, we can know every pharmacist who works in the system. So I don't think at this time is necessary. So hopefully we can change that.
Anything else?
I'll bring up just yesterday, we discussed having to move an intern licensee to hearing who was no longer enrolled in an accredited college of pharmacy. And I was just curious if there might be an opportunity to streamline that for less labor on part of the board staff and everybody to potentially revoke those licenses automatically, or some sort of methodology to do that.
That's a good idea, but for foreign pharmacists, they're not associated with any college.
Correct. And I understand that, but if we were to get notice that somebody's no longer in an accredited school of pharmacy and did not graduate, I think, we could
revoke,
be a little bit more efficient in the process to get that licensee out of potentially, being in a licensed pharmacy and hurting the public.
And maybe that's something even we could consider. I know the NABP annual meeting's coming up. It's too late for us to submit a resolution, but maybe something that we could consider as a resolution for the district meeting in October. For NABP to look at that.
Oh, absolutely. And a couple of comments to your comment, Mr. Anderson, is that would be a legislative change, giving us the authority to rescind a license or make it inactive or something upon not continuing to meet the requirements for that license. But that's a legislative thing. So we can't do it through rules. To Mr. Thorwald's comments about payment plans for Papa or other, they already have that program.
We're getting a little bit beyond items for future agenda.
All
We're
right.
getting more into.
We'll talk about it at the
discussion.
next meeting, but I do have some answers to some of the suggestions that were made.
Any additional agenda items? Ms. Canavan, keep me honest. Did we hit everything else on the agenda with the exception of call to the public?
Looks good on my side, but
Same, looks good.
All right, call to the public.
while we wait for that, Madam Chair, I'd like to make public comment of Ms. Kelly Fine. Obviously, maybe everyone's heard the news, maybe not, but as you know, she is leaving AZPA. She'll still serve until they find a replacement for her. But I think over the years, we've got different missions. Her mission is to look out for the pharmacist industry and so forth. Ours is to protect the public, and we may not always align, but we have good conversation, and we've kind of evolved over the years. So wanted to thank her for what she's done in her role, and it's been a pleasure working with her. And she's moving on to something of her passion. So good luck to her.
Good way to fill the time, and well-deserved recognition as well. Are we good?
There's usually a little delay. I think yesterday we had a delay for almost a minute and a half, and then we caught up to it, but we may want to give it a maybe 30 more seconds, Madam Chair. Is it right now? Okay.
Yeah, I had the YouTube. 16 seconds.
Yeah, I think midday went up to a minute and something though, I think, yeah. Right, one, yeah. But I do not see anybody logging on, Madam Chair.
All right, so we can adjourn the meeting. Thanks, everybody, for your participation and attendance.